Gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, which was led by Dr. Albert Byamjisha, I want to welcome you to this double launch, the launch of the SDG roadmap, and a little later, the SDG Secretariat. This morning is very exciting for a lot of people, especially those of us who have been part of this journey. And as Dr. Byamjisha will probably say a little later, and all the speakers that will be speaking, it's an exciting time as we reflect on how far we have come and what steps we want to take to move forward as we address the SDGs. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite the Acting Permanent Secretary, the Office of the Prime Minister, Mr. Godfrey Seremba, to come and make welcome remarks. You're most welcome, Godfrey.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda. The Right Honourable is about to join us. The Honourable Minister for General Duties and the focal point Minister for Sustainable Development Goals in the Government of the Republic of Uganda. The UN Resident Coordinator in Uganda. All United Nations representatives and development partners, representatives from government ministries, departments and agencies, representatives from civil society organizations, academia, special interest groups, our distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, as I have been introduced, my name is Godfrey Seremba. I'm holding the fort of the Office of Permanent Secretary, Office of the Prime Minister, until when Mr. Keith Muhakani's returned to the country to take up the office. It is a pleasure to be present and to also welcome you here at the launch of the new SDG roadmap under the theme Sustainable Development Goals, Integration and Acceleration in Uganda, Building Forward Better from the COVID-19 pandemic. This is a timely discussion for Uganda as we remain determined to effectively implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, even in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic, and with the understanding that the solutions to the crisis are embedded within the Sustainable Development Goals. Today, we'll also be launching the National Sustainable Development Goals Secretariat Hub within the Office of the Prime Minister under the theme Sustaining Innovation through Enhanced Collaborations for Sustainable Development Goals Acceleration. The Secretariat plays an important role in supporting coordination of Sustainable Development Goals implementation, and the hub will be a convergence center for SDG data, innovations, and dialogue for all stakeholders. On behalf of the government of Uganda, I would like to extend appreciation to the UN country team for the important role they have played in getting us to where we are today. Allow me, therefore, to specifically commend the United Nations Development Programme for their leadership throughout the entire exercise in reviewing the old roadmap, developing the new one, and supporting its launch today. I also thank the German Corporation and the European Union delegation for the support in the establishment of the Sustainable Development Goals Innovation Hub. I also commend our National Sustainable Development Goals Secretariat at the Office of the Prime Minister for the vital role that the team has played. And to all of you, the government acknowledges your efforts and thanks you. Uganda has been a frontrunner in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, right from adoption of the goals. When our country held the presidency of the United Nations General Assembly, Uganda immediately put in place a multi-stakeholder national coordination framework with different structures to oversee the implementation at different levels. At the heart of the implementation were the 5 technical working groups, that is, planning and mainstreaming, coordination, monitoring and evaluation, data, financing and resource mobilization, as well as communication and popularization. In 2018, the government developed a roadmap to operationalize the coordination framework and also appointed the Honorable Minister for the General Duties as the focal point Minister for Sustainable Development Goals. In 2019, the Sustainable Development Goals Secretariat was established in partnership with the UN country team. The new roadmap comes in the wake of a review that brought out several gaps, which exposed several gaps, which we will be addressing in this coming period that is aligned to the National Development Plan 3. The objectives of this launch, therefore, are 1, to introduce the new roadmap to all state and non-state actors. 2, to initiate a multi-stakeholder discussion to enhance knowledge of the Sustainable Development Goals. 3, to highlight the need for consideration of new policy measures. And 4, to launch a campaign for harmonized adherence to the roadmap. The government of Uganda acknowledges that all stakeholders have vital role to play in the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. And this particular time in history to help us build forward better from the COVID-19 pandemic. With less than a decade to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, we look forward to the Sustainable Development Goals key stakeholders using the new SDG roadmap to integrate the Sustainable Development Goals key stakeholders using the new SDG roadmap to integrate and accelerate SDGs, ensuring that no one is left behind. I therefore welcome you to not just the roadmap launch, but also to the next period of partnership as we implement the 2030 Agenda. I wish all of us fruitful deliberations. And I thank you.
I see these days none of us is surprised. In fact, it's become a new normal. When you don't move with your own spray, it becomes a problem. I apologize, Godfrey. I brought it after, but I have sanitized after you, so I am safe, I think. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now move to a presentation of the new National SDG Roadmap. With great pleasure, I invite the Commissioner Strategic Coordination and Implementation Office of the Prime Minister, Mr. Joseph Tejeza, to come and make his presentation. And as you're sharing what we are receiving this morning and tweeting, and I was about to say Facebook, then I discovered it is still blocked. And on any other platform that you're on, please use the hashtag SDG Roadmap 21. SDG Roadmap 21. Thank you.
Thank you. The Right Honorable Minister for General Duties and SDG Minister, Office of the Prime Minister, the United Nations Resident Coordinator, and the entire UN family, government officials, civil society, private sector, distinguished participants, both physical and virtual. My names are Joseph Tejeza, Commissioner for Strategic Coordination, Office of the Prime Minister, and I'm here to present highlights of the new SDG implementation roadmap. My presentation will involve a background, the previous roadmap review process, the new SDG roadmap itself, highlighted alignments and participation, SDG roadmap strategic focus, the role of the SDG Secretariat, and I will end with the new SDG coordination structure. Right Honorable Minister and members, in September 2015, the UN member states, including Uganda, adopted a comprehensive, far-reaching, and people-centered set of universal goals and targets. The SDGs and their corresponding targets sought to build on the achievements of the Millennium Development Goals and complete what they had not achieved. The heads of state and government and high representatives meeting at the UN headquarters in New York committed themselves to the full implementation of these goals and attainment of the set targets by 2030. The 17 goals and the 169 targets which were announced then are therefore what we commonly refer to as the 2030 agenda. In 2016, government of Uganda developed a framework to guide the coordination and implementation of the 2030 agenda under the leadership of the Prime Minister's office. And this framework was hinged on and aligned to the broader government coordination institutional framework and provided for a policy coordination committee, implementation steering committee, the National SDG Task Force, technical working groups, and representatives from ministries, departments, and agencies, government partners, civil society, and the private sector. The institutional framework for government in coordination was approved by Cabinet in 2003, and therefore what the SDG interventions in Uganda did was to ensure that they are harmonized, all aligned to that broader framework that is the government overarching framework for coordination. In 2018, Government of Uganda, working with various partners, developed and launched a national SDG roadmap that lasted up to 2020. This was purposed to operationalize the coordination framework that had been developed then. And with the expiration of the first roadmap in 2020, that's last year, a review was conducted and a new roadmap was developed. And this is the roadmap which I'm now going to present. But before I do that, I seek to go through the review processes that led us to understand or to get premise on which to have our new roadmap hinged. The objectives of the review we held for the previous roadmap were to have the National SDG Coordination Framework and the 2018-2020 roadmap reviewed, and then to see the progress that had been made on the Auditor General's report of 2019 on Uganda's preparedness in the implementation of the SDG, and also to include the recommendations into the new roadmap. The Auditor General took an exercise that sought to find our preparedness, and this informed by and large the intentions and the strategies in the new roadmap. And the review was also to establish the extent to which the old roadmap had been implemented, highlighting key achievements, good practices, lessons learned, and challenges, and also to develop a new roadmap for 2021 to 2025. The old coordination framework, like I had mentioned, was premised or aligned or domesticated to to reflect the institutional framework for coordination in the government, but along the way, there were still lessons learned on how we can align it better. Therefore, at the end of the presentation, I'll also be highlighting the components of the old framework, but the layers are the same as is a government requirement. We have the level where technical experts are allowed to converge or to meet and have ideas. We also have the level where the permanent secretaries are meeting or meet to own what we come through or what would have come through. And then we have the level of the Right Honourable Prime Minister, which is the PCC, whereby policy decisions at broader government level are made, and this is of equivalent merit to a subcommittee of cabinet. So all of these, the old one and the new, still subscribe to those layers because they are cabinet pronouncements and we cannot go against them. In the review, the good practices that were highlighted were the establishment of that framework, the coordination framework, the ability to align it and have it work for SDGs, and then the roadmap, the old roadmap that has been taking us up to where we are. There was appointment of the minister responsible for SDGs at cabinet level as a focal point, and also what we commonly refer to as the minister responsible for SDGs. And I'm happy to inform you that during that time we had Honorable Mary Karolo Kurut, and we now have Right Honorable Justin Kasule Lumumba. So the SDGs are well focused and premised at that high political level. And Right Honorable, we thank you for that service and that input. That catalytic role of the SDG Secretariat over the short term denote its continued parallel but unified existence to support the already overstretched OPM Coordination Department. Dr. Albert Byamujisha has been leading the SDG Secretariat, and this has helped government and the department, Directorate for Strategic Coordination, and we thank him for his able leadership and steering it to the successes you always see on TV, in newspapers, and even our assembly here is testimony of that success. So we thank you, Doctor, for that continued success and support to government. There was adoption of the multi-stakeholder engagement approach to prepare the second voluntary national report. We've been engaged in the voluntary national report, and I think many of you have got reports, and you will get more. And these processes take a lot of consultation and engagement, and we're happy to inform you that in the first one, in the first roadmap, these were adhered to, and we have participated in 2 VNRs, which have been successful, and reports are there, and they have informed government planning processes and even our continuity, and also informed this new roadmap. Production of civil society shadow reports, mainstreaming of SDGs in statistical planning and programs in the country, among others. Other presenters may let you know what UBOS has done in this area. We have moved to over 500% of our indicators where we were before the advent of the first roadmap and where we are today will be brought to your attention, but we have moved big proportions to ensure that we can report on the SDG indicators and also on the targets and be able to compare with other countries. Recommendations that came out in the review process, I wish to first highlight the issues that came out through the situation analysis that was carried out, and the attendant recommendations can be read if you have the presentation. The issues were weak policy and strategic impression for SDGs, and the recommendations were to review policies and also determine measurable outcome indicators. Weak SDG coordination framework, and as I earlier mentioned, this has been reviewed, and you see the new review of the coordination framework. Weak capacity, development and institutional building, weak SDG M&E reporting, unclear sustainability measures for SDG domestication and localization. These were the issues to which attendant recommendations have been prescribed in the presentation. They are detailed, but we still welcome even more as we implement, because these have been done at a broad level to give room for other thoughts and innovations to fill this space. Having done that review and having gained that knowledge of our good practices and having got our capacity issues and the needed recommendations and needed actions, we came into the preparation of the SDG roadmap for 2021-25, which is being launched today. And this roadmap is structured around 5 major chapters that give the background, situation analysis, the focus, the implementation arrangements, and how it will be monitored and evaluated. And the objectives of this new roadmap are to promote policy review mechanisms, to revitalize SDG technical working groups, to promote localization, to enhance the local resource mobilization, and to map out new partnerships and promote existing ones, potential to harness synergies of the whole of government. During the preparation of the roadmap, there has been a big consideration for alignment and participation. The formulation processes were inclusive, participatory, and evidence-based, involving government, the UN system, and non-state actors, including the private sector, civil society organizations, youth, and academia, among others. The Uganda Vision 2040, NDP3, United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, were key reference points for alignment. As you are already aware, from the historical perspective, when we moved out of from the roadmap 1 up to this roadmap, we have had two major shifts from the UN side. We moved from assistance to cooperation. And from the Ugandan side, we moved from sectoral approach to programmatic approach. And those were key considerations as we came up with this new roadmap. And we note that the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework has got 3 priorities, which include transformative and inclusive governance, shared prosperity in a healthy environment, and human well-being and resilience. And these have high correlation and alignment to our NDP3 objectives and to our mission and to our goal, which all emphasize transformation, prosperity, and improved quality of life. So these alignments were considered seriously as we developed the NDP3, and even as we developed the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. Right from the beginning of that framework, Government of Uganda was part and actually co-chaired the processes together with the UNRC and government. We co-chaired the processes for development of the Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, and there was a big focus on ensuring that we are aligned to the vision of Uganda and the development plans of Uganda. And as we implement the governance structures of the Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, we are mindful of what is coming out in this new roadmap, and these actions in the new roadmap will be attained when we ensure that the counterparts on the government of Uganda have been well structured to align with the side of the UN who are aligned or who are dedicated to the 3 strategic priorities of the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. The strategic focus of the SDG roadmap looks at strengthened coordination, strengthened data generation, improved communication, enhanced planning, and integrated resource mobilization as the key overarching themes. And like the Permanent Secretary Office of the Prime Minister had mentioned here, these are the technical working groups that have still been emphasized and taken over from SDG Roadmap 1 to Roadmap 2. And all actions and all activities and all plans are under this. The one for data is headed by the Executive Director of the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, and they have been part of this process, and I want to thank Dr. Mchiza for this input. And the one for planning is headed by Dr. Joseph Mvawala, National Planning Authority, and also want to thank him for the input to ensure that the planning for SDGs is cutting across all government and is inclusive. And the one for mobilization, for information and popularization is under the Ministry of ICT, and the Commissioner, Mr. Watasa, has been key on this together with the PS, and we want to thank them for that. And the one for finance and resource mobilization, which is under Ministry of Finance. So that is the focus with all the attendant interventions and actions that will follow. But the key result areas, which I just want to highlight and request that you read the details in the presentation when circulated, are that for the SDG coordination and monitoring, one of the working groups, the key result area is strengthen coordination, M&E, and reporting, just like the name suggests. And for the one for communication, the key result area is inclusive communication, localization, and popularization. And for planning, the key result area is enhanced planning and mainstreaming of SDGs. All these have got smaller interventions under them and attendant actions, which also allow different sectors or different organizations to develop their own plans and even strategize further below that, but in line with this overarching key result area that we hope to achieve as a country and that we hope to achieve with our partners. Implementation arrangements in the technical working groups, there have been 5 interlinked multi-sector technical working groups, which I have alluded to, and these will develop own operational mechanisms for engaging with the relevant stakeholders on a quarterly basis and document progress with respect to the SDG thematic areas and with the technical support from the SDG Secretariat. The role of the SDG Secretariat in the new roadmap will play the SDG Secretariat will play a catalytic role in SDG coordination architecture and fast-tracking activities and outputs to achieve results. The SDG Secretariat will coordinate and support SDG reviews, including voluntary local reviews and annual reviews, to assess progress and ensure implementation is on course. It will operationalize the National SDG Task Force, the Implementation Steering Committee, and the Policy Coordination Committee in the coordination framework. And the SDG Secretariat will regularly oversee the implementation of this roadmap, including monitoring and reporting on the activities. Therefore, this new coordination structure, which we have reviewed in light of the lessons learned and recommendations made from the review of the first roadmap, the new coordination structure places the SDG Secretariat in the same place in terms of location where it was previously situated under Office of the Prime Minister and specifically under Directorate of Strategic Coordination, but with a core role to oversee and keep an eye on behalf of government on the technical working groups, working arrangements, and also what is expected of them. But at the same time, the new role of the SDG Secretariat is that it will move further up to support all the organs across the coordination structure. Previously, we had them located at that level, and they were only managing the technical working groups, and then the Directorate of Strategic Coordination would come in to push the issues up to PCC and up to the Institutional Committee for PSCs. But the new framework requires that they extend their support government further in these processes up to PCC level, so that there is completeness in all this. I thank you very much for listening to me and wish to emphasize that we considered greatly the big principle of leaving no one behind and starting from the one who is furthermost at the back. Thank you very much for listening to me.
We surely can do better than that. Another round of applause. I noticed that in this room we have several categories of dignitaries, but there's always one that always stands out, and he came at the invitation of the Honorable Minister. Our very good friend Bebe Cool is here. Please stand for recognition. For those of you who don't know Bebe Cool, then you're not Ugandan. Thank you, Bebe Cool. One of the key objectives of today's launch and the conversation we're having from today is to make sure that as many Ugandans learn and know about the SDGs. We can reach as many people. If it's through artists like Bebe Cool, even much better. But I'm not so sure if Richard Nelson, if Richard knew Bebe Cool. So Richard meet Bebe Cool meet Richard Nelson from USA. All right. So we will now move on, and we are going to our panel discussion. As we do that, again, I want to encourage you to tweet using our hashtag SDG Roadmap 21. Richard has a very rich profile. Richard is going to moderate our panel discussion. And Richard, I'm not sure, you have the profiles of your panel, so I don't have to. Okay. So I want to introduce Richard, who's the moderator for the next panel discussion. He's a senior research fellow and advisor for the Policy Research and Strategic Partnership at the Center for Basic Research, a leading academic basic and policy research center in Kampala. Now, prior to joining the center, he was the executive director of the Uganda National NGO Forum, a national platform organization for NGOs in Uganda, for 11 years, and executive director of MS Training Center for Development Cooperation in Arusha, Tanzania. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me Mr. Richard Sewachirianga. You're welcome, Richard. Every panelist's chair has a sanitizer, so I'm sure we are safe. And you want me to run through Or you have, if you have them, I am. All right, your panelists. Because I have the profiles, I'll help you do this very quickly. Okay. And on his panel, I will begin with Francis Kisirinya, who is the Acting Executive Director, Private Sector Foundation, Uganda. Francis is a multidisciplinary professional with specialism in finance and accounting, and is an educator and an enterprise development enthusiast. He is currently, of course, the Acting Executive Director, Private Sector Foundation, a role he took over in July 2021. In this role, he previously served as the Deputy Executive Director, PSFU, since March 2019. You're most welcome, Francis. I'll also introduce Ms. Gertrude Rose Gamwera. Ms. Gertrude Rose Gamwera is the Secretary General of the Uganda Local Governments Association, as well as the Acting Secretary General of the East Africa Local Governments Association. She's a professional graduate lawyer with a graduate of the Executive MBA of ESAMI, awarded by the Eastern and Southern Management Institute in Arusha, Tanzania. And her profile is so rich, allow me to stop there and move on to Dr. Chris Mukiza, Executive Director, Uganda Bureau of Statistics. He holds a Doctor of Philosophy in Statistics and the government agency responsible for the collection, analysis, dissemination, and storage of national important data. This is a very important man. He holds all our data. He previously worked as a statistician at the Ministry of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development. Okay. Dr. Joseph Muvawala. Richard, is he here? Okay. And Dr. Moses Isoba, Executive Director, Uganda National NGO Forum. You're most welcome, sir. I'll quickly run through his profile here. He's currently Executive Director of the Uganda National NGO Forum, a sharing and reflection platform for NGOs in Uganda, influencing and contributing to the development and governance processes. Prior to joining the NGO Forum, Dr. Isoba was working as a governance advisor with Action Aid Denmark. You're most welcome. I think, Richard, this is your panel. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for your panel. I had seen the PSST also on this. Is he here? I needed, okay. So representing the PSST, please do come. I will allow you to introduce yourself, sir, because I didn't get to that detail. So that any of the seats, So please introduce yourself before Richard. Richard, did you want to introduce him? Okay, introduce yourself so that we get to know who you are, sir. Yeah, it's on.
I'm Joseph Enyimu. I'm an acting commissioner, Economic Development Policy and Research Department in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Apologies from the PSST. He was unable to join due to a conflict of schedule. And I'm here to represent him. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maurice, for introducing all of us and for introducing this very powerful panel. As you can see, all our panelists are people who are very, very much at the heart of the SDG implementation here in the country. And we all know from what Joseph has shared that the SDGs have been part and parcel of what we have been doing as Uganda. Our president is the one who, how do they call that thing which they hammer at the UN? I can't remember it, but there is that hammer. He was the one who hammered it, and then we said the world has adopted the SDGs. So, thank you very much. Better clap for the president. It's not for me. But the reason I say that is, in a sense, that became deep ownership for us. Our Minister for Foreign Affairs that time, Honorable Kutesa, was the president of the UN. And so for the SDGs, Uganda can't hide. We can't keep away, neither can we hide, because we are at the very center of it, of these 17 goals and 169 indicators. And of course, as we shall hear, even on the issues of data, there is a lot that we can see. But without going into the story myself, Joseph Enyimu, you work with the PSST Ramadan, who hasn't been able to come, and you've been working on these SDGs for some time. At least I know personally that you have been also part of even the global working groups. So one of the critical points that I think we have to think about, we are in the last decade of the implementation of the SDGs. By 2030, we should have achieved all those indicators that we set ourselves to do, or we should be very near them. Now, one of the critical issues is the issue around the ambition of the SDGs versus the financing realities of the SDGs. Now, and so many people are still challenged with that issue. How do we ensure that the financing realities that we have, and especially with the challenge of COVID, can actually meet the ambitions of SDGs? So to bring that discussion home, what is happening in the ministry? And I am giving you 3 minutes, so you have a big problem to fit my 3 minutes.
Well, thank you for your question. One of the unique elements that informed the design in the mainstreaming of the SDGs into NDP 3 was a notion of what we call accelerator SDGs. And this is in recognition of the fact that the realization of SDGs across different spaces and different societies follows a different theory of change. So it's important that every country has an understanding of the key building blocks and foundations that can accelerate results in its context. In the case of Uganda, we have been able to prioritize on the basis of that principle, and therefore to recognize that when we talk about resource mobilization, we are looking far and beyond financial resources. We look at this from a perspective of a national sustainable financing strategy. You may be aware that more than, nearly 80% of Uganda's GDP is in the hands of the private sector. It is not in the public purse. And so the idea that we can be able to mobilize this private sector, one, and close the national savings investment gap is very important. We see that in delivering the goals, many of them are in spaces that are not traditionally the role of the public sector, but we have a role to play in terms of unlocking those resources. And so the onset, of course, of COVID-19 has disrupted certain strategies that we had envisioned, but at the same time, it has reset certain opportunities. And so from the perspective of the Ministry of Finance, we are combining these opportunities to be able to tell a story. Among them is how we locate Uganda within the new opening under the African Continental Free Trade Area, and how we strengthen the whole regional economic integration, because delivering these goals means expanding opportunities and exploiting those opportunities for business. And so we are looking at accelerated implementation of our domestic resource mobilization strategy, which wonderfully coincides in terms of timing very well with the new roadmap. We are also building further on a regional or continental partnerships in terms of markets. You may have noticed from the budget speech that a few Ugandan companies are actually now taking on a Pan-African face, meaning that they are able to take interest and show national presence beyond the national borders. The other thing is to recognize that resource mobilization, of course, is on a lot of it at the end of the day is about the human resource of a country. There is no greater resource we have than the people. And the whole idea of, for the medium term, how do we lay a foundation in Uganda's very young population to be this catalytic asset for competition within the economies in 5 to 10 years as we focus on this decade of action. So being able to make sure that we can close the learning gap that has been created by the COVID pandemic and not allow this to unravel a negative trend. I guess the Bureau of Statistics will be soon launching the results of the Uganda National Household Survey, where we'll be seeing some of the gains we have registered as a country on that front. So we are counting on those type of resources to really put us on a competitive edge, but also broaden the tax base so that we reduce our reliance on external sources of funding.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please give him a clap. The things he has said are very important. The issues around the regional connections and integration, and now that we sort of are working virtually, that becomes a critical point. Domestic resource mobilization. If Muvala was here, I was going to ask him a question around the strategic planning role in terms of how then you organize the economy to generate those resources. But I'll come back, and my colleague, Chris, Dr. Mkiza from UBOS, around data. Maurice said you are a very important man, and indeed you are, because there is no way we shall know if we have reached the SDGs if we don't have the data. And so there is that, which is that we must be able to measure. But what I would like you to speak to us about very briefly, and I think we heard a little bit about how many indicators are now available, but let's hear a little bit from you, how you think data and statistics really can help us to build better. What are the things that we can now see ourselves doing in this building back better, as we have said?
Thank you. Well, Right Honourable Minister and all dignitaries, we have a lot to do in building for better future, especially under the emergence of COVID-19. Before COVID-19, as was reported in VNR, we had moved from 32 indicators to 92, and we had anticipated that by the end of this year, we should have reached 130 targets. And we still think we shall have lost about 6 months to reach it. Data is important, one, especially in this period, to plan better, to do interventions better, and make policies and investments better amidst COVID-19. We have developed the national plan for sustainable development that engages all stakeholders, public and private sector, so that we can get evidence how we are progressing. We have also, as Joseph has said, incorporated the civil society organization. With the assistance of UN Women, we have developed the citizen-generated data manual so that the civil society can also participate while undertaking the activities, economic activities. They generate a lot of data in them, and we need to harness it. So generally, we are lagging behind by achieving what we are supposed to do. Out of 232 indicators globally, Uganda is applicable indicators are 201. And now, by end of June 2022, we shall be at 130. And you can see we shall still be having a gap. Now we have planned to harness the civil society generated data, use of artificial intelligence and data science to mainstream it into the traditional data sources. The traditional data sources have been surveys, censuses. We are also strengthening the administrative data generated by ministry, department agencies, and local governments. In our strategic plan, we want all ministries, departments, and agencies and local governments have statistics strategic plan and functioning statistical offices so that they can organize the administrative data generated. And once all that data is organized together with the harvesting the big data, we shall be able to achieve the targets by 2023. So that in the next 7 years, the government will be able to inform their actions with the evidence generated. And we are happy that we are getting cooperation from the government, from the UN partners, especially UN system, and the data will be published on real time on the Open Data SDG platform. And at the global level, Uganda is taking lead. So we want to enjoin all of you, private and public sector, to organize the data and make sure that the people, the resource that Joseph has alluded to, the youth especially, are not left behind. There is a big problem of employment, and we saw in the COVID period, the surveys, the quick surveys we did, found that over 70% of businesses reduced their workforce, and the youth, the women, were the most affected. And therefore, we need to use that data and statistics to see how we can arrange and adjust and stop doing things as usual. And doing things in a new normal requires us also as statisticians to think of other methods of getting the data so that our work to give the country what they need becomes simplified. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that's helpful to know that you are going beyond the traditional approaches of surveys and censuses to actually think about artificial intelligence, administrative data, and civil society generated or citizens generated data. Because I think in this decade, we really have to talk about a data revolution. But the thing that Gertrude always talks about is her local governments, and everybody knows they are yours. She says, how is this going to go down till the local government? But Gertrude, I'm not going to now take you to the critique of the data issue, but I think we now know that when we talk administrative data, it has to be coming still all the way into the administrative local government units and all that. But the question for you, and we've been working with you on many of these things, so I know that you have done some work around leadership for SDGs at a local level. We talk about capacity building for local governments in implementation. But really, for me, capacity building is just one part of the larger pie that we need to build, which is local leadership for SDGs at a subnational level. So speak to us in terms of what you see, the country doing in this next, no longer 10 years, but in this decade, which we are seated in, around leadership for SDGs at a local government level.
Thank you very much, and once again, good morning to everybody. It's a pleasure for me to be here to speak for the local governments, as usual. And as usual, whenever I walk into a room, I wonder how many local governments are in the room, because that's very important. Where government is, there must be a seat and representation of local governments, because these two are partners. Local governments are the right hand of government in any program implementation, and when we get that right, we can be able to move our development agenda forward. Let me start with a quick statement from our sister network from South Africa, the South African Local Government Association, which hit home and develops its foundations on various statements that have been made in the where we find ourselves as local governments, are ultimately the key site of delivery and development, and as such, the local government is central to the success of sustainable development. Once we get that statement right, then we can be able to look back home and see how do we look, what is the outlook like for our local governments in Uganda. And definitely, when you talk about leadership for local governments, I'm looking at our new political leaders, recently elected in January. And as I sit today, we are still asking for induction. These are the people supposed to drive oversight, monitoring, coordination, which we are saying are key to the achievement of SDGs at the local government level. Honorable Prime Minister, should not be looked at as a second place. It is a given. It is in our charter, in our constitution, that government says that we are here to run our country together, and for you, the people, we are devolving power and responsibility to get involved. The vehicle we are giving you is the local government. So it should not even be a question whether we should be building capacity, but we should already have done it yesterday. So today we should have had our councillors being inducted and already being talked to about the sustainable development goals, because they have a critical role in mobilizing the communities we are looking for to bring on board. I'm not sure that Bebekul in his Nakawa division has been called by council to talk about SDGs yet. But council can't do that because they do not know where to start. I sat here when they report to these leaders, so that we give them, do they call decrypting the message, making it sensible for them. What are we looking out for? Because the truth of the matter is, when we talk SDGs, these are the day-to-day things they deal with. We're talking about health, we're talking about water, we're talking about education. They understand that simple language. So we need to help bring them on board to work with the technical people to be able to deliver on these SDGs. And no wonder that we are lagging behind, particularly when we are trying to track and see how fast we are moving on the SDGs, because it can't be done alone with the technical people. The local leaders have to be on board. So definitely, leadership for SDGs is very important. We must go down there. We must build champions amongst the local leaders. We've got very, very good outlook in terms of the councils that are coming on board. Very youthful, very energetic. If we give them the information is not yet down there. I saw the coordination mechanism, and of course I've discussed this time and again with Dr. Albert, but I always say that yes, our Ministry of Local Government is there, but the local government voice is not in there. There is the voice of government in that coordination committee. So please let us work with the associations and the local governments who will bring you those leaders you're looking for, and we get the right leadership for the SDGs. So I think quickly that's what I can say for now, and I look forward to moving to the lower place of local government with the SDGs. with governments.
Well, as usual, Gertrude doesn't disappoint when she speaks about the issues around local government. But, you know, I've picked your point around induction because I hear that there is an 80%, is it change in leaders?
95,
90%.
yes. It's very hard.
Oh, my God. This country is very hard, eh? So 90% new leaders. That means that really when you talk induction, especially around the SDGs, maybe Dr. Byamjisha and others' plate is full because this cannot, and now that Right Honorable Prime Minister and Cabinet have decided that there is a parish development model, I don't know even how far we can go now. That means we can no longer just stop at a district and say we have built capacity or we have done anything or we have inducted. So thank you very much, I think, for bringing out the point around induction, simplifying the message, and also the voice of local leadership. Another key point, and now that we will continue to talk, I wanted to hear is this whole question of local economic development. But when I come back in the next cycle, I'll listen to you. But let me go to Francis. Francis, you know, very comfortable, not conveniently, Joseph referred to the private sector as the place where the resources that will drive us towards the achievement of these SDGs are located. But, you know, sitting where you sit at the private sector foundation, do you feel that actually the private sector in Uganda is strategically located to drive this agenda so that by 2030 we can see a meaningful change? That's one. But if not, what are the issues, the critical bottlenecks that we must, you know, overcome so that we can recover and build back better? We know that there was a hit because of the pandemic, but what do you see as the things that we need to do to recover better and be able to play, for private sector to play this critical role? So in 3 minutes, just give us a snapshot on that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Richard, for the moderation. I think you put it very well, the PS really put it, that as private sector contributes about 80% of the GDP. And this is a role we are aware of, and we also know from the government policies that private sector is the engine of growth. We are not shying away from that, and very clearly we are struggling and moving forward to ensure that we deliver on the SDGs. You've also put it very well that there have been issues that have come along with the COVID, which have really been a bit of a challenge. These were not things that were seen at the time of preparing the SDGs. Indeed, it's very clear, even in the action agenda, it was very clear that private sector resources were going to be very important in delivering the SDGs. And we've been preparing and prepared accordingly. But the advent of the COVID changed the dynamics a little bit, but these are things that are solvable as long as we are able to work together. Of course, today the biggest challenge with the private sector is it has lost a biggest component of its markets. As we speak, private sector only sells about 30% of what it puts on the market, including money. Many of you know that there is money in banks that really cannot be lent out. So this is a big issue. The second thing is that the growth, the economy itself has really been weakened substantially. And as we speak, I think we are talking about 1.1 increase in GDP. This is too small. Now, our attention as private sector is on how we rebuild, how we recover to start with, then secondly, rebuild so that we are able to play our role. Now, one of the things that we see that is so crucial for us to recover is that we should develop and encourage partnerships to thrive. Partnerships between government and government, because if government is not partnering, is not coordinating together, there are a number of things that might get our worry. And I was very happy when the Commission on Strategic Coordination indicated how partnerships, first of all, in terms of policy making. We've been on the table for a long time with the government in policy making, and this is something that we think going forward will be very important. But we would need this time around that it does not only end at making policies. And things could be done to ensure that we rebuild back better. The last area of partnerships that we see is between private and private companies. I've already mentioned that we've had a lot of devastation in terms of our markets. Now, for us to be able to rebuild the markets, we have to rebuild incomes to begin with. So when we rebuild the income, it means that the markets are going to come back. So how do you do that? It will be very, very, very important for us as private sector to create and work with linkages between the small and the big, between the small and the small, between the small and the big, so that as we work together, we all are able to benefit from the value that is being created. Today, I'll give you a good example. At Private Sector Foundation, we are piloting an approach which is creating and bringing out how linkages can work between households, MSMEs, and the larger companies. We call this the lead farm structure approach. The lead farm structure approach is another type of a value chain, but which is driven by a leader. For instance, if you could choose and say we are going to be working on an oil, edible oil value chain. Now, within this edible oil value chain, you choose a leader. So that leader is going to be responsible for driving markets, letting people know what kind of oil seeds should be planted, what quality, how should post-harvesting be done, and then they do the processing and they sell. So along this structure, you have a number of households involved. You have a number of MSMEs involved. You have the lead farm involved. So by doing that, you close some of the gaps that we see happening along the value chain. So by doing this, you can uplift everybody. But having said that, that private-private partnership and also the other partnerships that I talked about, we really need to address a few challenges. Also, particularly in a way of partnership. For instance, today, as we speak, the business community is suffering because there is no appropriate capital. The capital we're using before is no longer appropriate for the circumstances under COVID. Look at a situation where you borrowed money and established your business. You started doing business. Then all of a sudden, there is COVID, everything's locked down, your suppliers are not buying, but you have all these costs to pay. So you end up utilizing all your working capital to pay all of those costs. So you have a factory now, but you don't have working capital. What type of capital do you need to rebuild? Is this the normal money that comes from the bank, or it should be another form of money that can help you to rebuild? So we need partnerships and thinking around what type of capital that should now be utilized to help rebuilding businesses. The second area where we see a bit of challenge, and it's good that the PS is here, is in terms of policies. Now, we are driving to rebuild the economy, and the government has all these extensive burdens on expenses for COVID, for this, for that, for this. So all of the time is that government has got to be looking at how does it raise money. So it can raise it from taxes, and they have done a very good job last year increasing taxes. But unfortunately, when you increase taxes, you're rebuilding or you are increasing the cost of doing business in an economy that is already weak. So we really need to work together, private sector and government, to say all of us are focusing on rebuilding our economy. How do we do it without one affecting the other? So that will be extremely crucial to do. In addition to what sort of fiscal policies are actually helpful. The other day I was sharing with a group at the budget strategy launch where the private sector is concerned about the huge appreciation of the shilling recently. It must be good news, yes, but unfortunately it also has a bad side. The bad side that it has, we are trying to push bubu, buy Uganda, build Uganda, import substitution. Now, every time your dollar is too low, it means imports become cheaper. So what should the business community do today? Should they concentrate on bubu, or should they import so that they make more money? So these are some of the things that I think partnerships that can help us to actually address. And I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francis. And I know that I saw that the other day, Her Excellency LCA Tafua and your chairperson launched the private sector SDG forum.
Yes.
So I guess that this will be a good forum for us to also start thinking through the innovations you are talking about. Some of them need to be debated, especially around the role of, what do we now need? Capital, stimulus packages, or what is it that is needed for the private sector to play its role? The issue around what kinds of policies should we now start looking at? Are there things we need to do differently because the world has changed? And so thank you very, very much for taking us into that direction. There are several things to come back to, but we'll see how much we can do now that we don't have lots of time. Now, Moses, as a person who works with citizens' organizations, you have heard this speak. And for the SDGs, at least all the 17 SDGs, citizens have to be at the center. And as you know very well, globally, what we said that the world was doing is to have a universal promise to leave no one behind. I think this is the first time in hundreds of years when you have nearly every goal has the word all, which is interesting. But speak to us about where you see this decade and what civil society needs to do to ensure that this universal promise becomes a reality for Ugandans. Because yes, before we are talking about, we need to understand and know, but right now I think we are in the decade when we should reach certain commitments by the end of 2030 or by 2030. But talk to us a little bit about what civil society sees its role to be within this accelerating, the decade of acceleration. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. As civil society, we place a very high premium on supporting government programs. So for us as civil society, right from the beginning, when as a government we signed up on this 2030 agenda, we quickly knew that the only way we can make sure that everybody is involved was to make sure that we exploit our main theater of activity. Our main theater of activity as civil society is always at the grassroots. And therefore, we quickly, right at the beginning, we quickly innovated the Leave No One Behind campaign, which we dubbed the Tonde Kamabega. And this was intended to popularize the SDG agenda. This was intended, like my colleague from Uruga said, just to make sure that the information is made available to the communities. Because at the end of the day, all these SDGs and their 169 targets, the main person that we actually wanted to make sure that is not left behind is the citizen. So as citizen organizations, our point of work has been in rolling out the campaign of Leave No One Behind. or Tonde Kamabega. And we feel that that is critically important so that we are able to move from development jargon to be able to move to the communities and be able to translate the SDGs into what they understand. Because in their day-to-day life, they are actually dealing with these aspects. They are not, it's not completely new, but being able to translate them into their work, into their languages, is something that we've actually working on. And then secondly, we also feel that the only way we can actually mobilize civil society at both the national level and the subnational level to be able to promote the agenda of the SDG was to construct a national CSO SDG reference group. And so, under this, we have different organizations that are over 100 actually, both at the national and subnational, that are actually addressing on each of these 17 SDGs. And that CSO reference group has been very, very critical in making sure that the connection with the coordination mechanism of the SDG Secretariat, that it's made alive on a regular basis. So we certainly also have made sure that as citizen organizations, we are in constant collaboration with the SDG Secretariat. And for us as civil society organizations, on the issue of popularizing, on the issue of taking the information down to the people, for us is very critical. And we remain cognizant that as new leaders were heralded in at the beginning of this year, the Parliament is very critical, and there is the Parliamentary Forum on SDGs. And we're going to be taking part in the orientation of the Parliamentary Forum on SDGs. For us, those are critical levers which we need to be able to work with as a way of making sure that the SDG agenda cuts across all the different sectors.
Thank you very much, Moses, for that. Moses also deserves the clap. But I need to check very quickly with the audience if anybody has a question, because I have many questions, and but I shouldn't be the only one speaking. So if anybody wants to say something, please put up your hand. Bebe Cool wants to say something. And get a microphone next to Bebe Cool, or let Bebe Cool get next to a microphone, and I'll give him a minute. I know you can say many things, but in a minute, you are welcome to say something, Bebe Cool.
Thank you so much. Protocol observed. First and foremost, I want to which is the biggest problem as we speak. I got my invitation yesterday by 4 o'clock, and it took me maybe 2 to 3 hours to do some small research. My education level in Uganda here is senior 6. 25 years in the music industry, and my art is people. I'm a supporter of the NRM government because I've seen the achievements, but I'm also attached to my people because I get paid by the people of Uganda. In the little research I did on this program today, I like to be frank. Most people call me controversial. Let us put our hands together for the lady here next to you. Ladies and gentlemen.
She's called Gertrude.
Gertrude, ma'am, thank you so much for that presentation. We need to have the right people on the table. And the right people are the people that these programs are designed for. So who represents those people? The councillors, the last person on the ground. Number 2, these programs are made and designed for people who have studied English. Yet they are meant to help the people who speak different languages. If communication is a key factor, try to find out how do people communicate. It is in their languages. Unfortunately, this resolves from the top. The world is divided into two types of people, the rich and the poor. And it will go to governments or countries. Here they are the G20s, and then the others. The others, I will put the African Union to represent African countries. So, one of the biggest problems for the G20s, they are lucky. Most of them speak the same language in their whole country. When you come to Uganda, we speak more than 30 languages. What is government doing to interpret this information directly in those languages, if you really want people to understand? Then I noticed that maybe I waited for somebody to talk about it, but no one mentioned anything to do with money. Yesterday when I did some research, the number one SDG was no poverty.
Good. At least that was good research. Yes.
Now, even if I went to the second one, which I think has everything to do with health, no hunger or something like that. These issues are all rotating around money. And if we're talking about money, we're not going to talk about money only when it comes to the government of Uganda. We're going to talk about money when it comes to even where the government of Uganda sometimes gets money. If Uganda is being lent money at a very high rate, okay? If I interpret that into a local bank lending a farmer at a high rate, then isn't the farmer going to get out of business? Of course, yes, he's going to get out of business. Or, if you look at it on the level of the government, I understand the G20s are borrowing at 0 rates, while the African countries are being given at a very high. You people who have studied these things, you know better.
Yes, they will tell you.
Now, if there is no hospital in Koboko, how is government going to put money in build a hospital in Koboko, yet it is focusing on paying back a debt? So we should have these questions set for the right people in these meetings. Seriously. Because you're here saying you want to popularize these SDGs. Yes, I'm here and I would love to popularize them. But I don't want to shoot the government's foot. When you popularize a program like this, you're asking people to demand for those programs for their rights. Okay? And once you do that, then I'm going to ask government, why isn't there medicine in this hospital somewhere in Mbarara? And then the government is collecting money to pay debts, while the G20s are there enjoying their trillions as they borrow at 0 rates. And for me, I'm working, my GDP is so small, the economy is bad, but I'm also focusing on paying back the debts instead of trying to put down that money and give it to the banks and the farmer so that they can borrow money maybe at 4% and then private sector works. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Bebe Cool, for raising those points. I have some people who are going to answer you. One of them is called Joseph Nyimu. He deals with money every day. So you have heard the question. This is about money. So you have to find a way of translating your discussion into a simplified discussion around money. Any other points on the floor? Anybody wants to say something? Or we only had, okay, there are a couple of others. There's a gentleman. Yes, please go ahead. Anybody else? We'll just take those because I want to come back to the panelists and then we proceed. Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Edwin Mumza. I'm the new president of the Youth Coalition for SDGs in Uganda. I appreciate the team, the panelists, but someone talked about the involvement of young people in promoting the Sustainable Development Goals, which is very critical. Someone was mentioning about building capacity of the key stakeholders, especially in the new normal now. How is, especially the gentleman from UBOS, are you engaging, I would be specific, the youth, the young people, in building their capacity to understand how they are able to be engaged, especially you talked about issues to do with digital and data processing. How is UBOS supporting government, specifically the SDG Secretariat now, to ensure that the youth are involved, are not left behind when it comes to understanding the sustainable development goals? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have one more hand. I think that's all. At the back, extreme back there. Yes, very quickly, and then we'll come back to the panel. Okay. All right. Oh, you want to use the... Okay.
Good morning, good people, and good morning, SDG champions. My name is Robert Chigongo from the Youth Coalition for SDGs. We are here gathered to launch the roadmap. But how are we going to achieve the SDGs when there is no civic space? Civil societies have been cramped down. How are we going to implement them? We are talking of partnerships. Government and the United Nations need civil societies and the private sector. But it's the civil societies that bridge this gap. How are we going to achieve this? Let's not close our eyes to the facts that civic space is shrinking. Today is the International Day of Democracy, where SDG 16 must be reflected. SDG 16 is talking about peace, justice, and strong institutions. We can't have strong institutions without civic engagement and civic education. We can only be successful in implementing SDGs if there is civic space. How are we going to address this issue? Thank you. Lastly, I want to wish happy birthday to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Okay. As he graces, we pray that
God blesses
he thinks about this country and the future of this country.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chigongo, for reminding us about birthdays also. But now, before we go to birthdays, let's deal with some issues related to the SDGs. I think there are some interesting issues that have been pointed out. Around the issue of money, I want you to, at least for you, Joseph, is a couple of things need to come out clearly. One is this whole issue of financing. We know that SDG financing is not about financing goals only. It's about financing national development, which is what is anchored within the National Development Plan. So I would like you to speak about the issue of financing a little bit in terms of his question practically. What do we do about resource locally? You talked a little bit about the mobilization, but also speak a little bit about the key point he made around debt servicing and its role in terms of what it does for our own service delivery and achievement of SDGs. So you will have a couple of minutes to do that, and then we shall move on to another panelist.
Thank you very much, and also for fielding those questions. In light with the appetite for the share of our population that is in the non-money economy, what they call a subsistence economy. The numbers from UBOS put that at about 2 out of every 5 Ugandans is in that economy. Now, the approach of the government and we as a country is to recognize, like PSFU rightly said, that yeah, government can give jobs, but the majority of the jobs come from the private sector. If the private sector is to hire people, they don't hire you because they like you. They hire you because you are a production factor. They need your labor to produce and sell. And it's important that more Ugandans enter into that market space so that they can buy and consume the things that the private sector produces. That way we build better local businesses. So one of the things that we see, which is central really to Uganda's acceleration in terms of the different SDGs, is correctly, as you said, raising incomes in a broad-based manner across the board. And in the case of Uganda, agriculture is at the heart of that. And it is for that reason, for example, that government is pushing the speedy realization of the new vehicle we call a parish development model. The idea is that if we can move this 39% of Ugandans out of the subsistence economy into the money economy, one, they become a market force, but two, we transition the country to a phase of creating wealth, not just surviving. Because when you're surviving, you are not part of those that are generating effective demand. It means that maybe we are spending more on you than you are spending on the economy. So that is one thing. And I want to give a good example. If we take something like coffee, coffee is one of the 18 commodities that have been prioritized in the parish development model. Last year, we broke a second record. We exported over 6 million bags of coffee. We've never done this since independence. And this is the second year in a row that we are doing that. In the midst of COVID, Uganda displaced India as a market leader in Italy in the sale of coffee. So it is important that there are casualties in this COVID situation, but they are winners. In Uganda, out of the 146 districts, I think 113 grow coffee. So we are talking about inclusive opportunities. 4 out of every 10 households farm coffee. So when we perform very well on a commodity like that, we create income generating opportunities. But for these farmers to grow coffee, you need to sort out, because coffee is grown on land. You know, you can't grow coffee without land. And it is for that reason that government is prioritizing what we call land reform, to make sure that the people have security of tenure. And we are investing in land administration, planning the country. The second thing which is important, it may look very far from us, but the issue of markets. When you have the population we have in Uganda with the level of incomes, it means that it will be a while before our local market can generate the kind of demand that can drive change at a level that pulls people out of poverty at the rate we aspire. So we have to build partnerships that allow us to reach wider markets. And that's why, you know, regional integration, you know, global economic partnerships are an imperative for these SDGs. In the case of Uganda, again, PSFU talked about types of capital and the difference. One of the things that not many people may be aware about, that even in the midst of this COVID pandemic, by last year, In terms of money, you can get money from a bank, or they are what we call non-bank institutions or non-bank sources. For example, the capital markets of Uganda. Capital markets in Uganda account for about 1 in every 20 shillings of our GDP, 5%. So last year, assets under management, the Ugandans are coming together in what they call collective investment schemes, realizing that as an individual, we're talking about partnerships, okay? You may not be able to do something as one employee, but if you come together as 20 people, you can save some money and do something which is transformative, okay? So we have been able to grow assets under management through the capital markets. And we are, I think this year we'll be hitting something like 800 billion shillings, heading for 1 trillion. And that has been a 5-fold increase over the NDP2 period. So it is about, thinking in new spaces, innovative ways. How do we talk about governance. A point was made about governance. How do we govern our businesses so that we can attract partnerships? There is money floating around the world looking for what we call equity investments. How do I come and inject capital in your company? I need to have confidence that your company is professionally run. You have good books. It is not commingled with your family affairs. So that this is the story we need to be able to tell our people and to build that quality of a private sector. Lastly, talking about markets. When you get an income, you can invest it, of course, or you can, consume or spend it. The approach of the government is that if we can deliver good public services, we will save the population of the need to spend in that area. If we deliver good health care, good water, if the roads are good, you don't have to visit the mechanic too frequently. If the schools are good, then you don't have to opt to go for very expensive private education. And this is where we need partnership in leadership. How do we hold our leaders, talking about local governments? How are the local government officials engaging with the population? Accountability for results, not paper accountability like my PSST says. These are issues that are community, at a community level, and we need to take on that task as local governments. Recently we had the gap at the assessment of local governments, okay? And some of the issues that are coming out are not issues of money. They are issues of just, the social pact with the local leaders, and not just leaders of government, but also leaders in business, okay? And so the SDGs is really a phenomenon, okay? And these energies come from sources beyond the public purse. Okay. And it is as those energies prosper at the household, on our farms, in our SMEs, that the treasury grows, and we don't have to put a lot of pressure on PSFU, like has been said. Thank you very much. I think that's the response I can place on this.
Thank you very much, Joseph. I think that's been helpful, and we have about a few minutes to close this panel. But I think the issues that you've raised around wider markets, the assets that are with people that we must exploit, the issues around how to govern, including how to govern businesses, the issues around partnerships in leadership, including how to leverage a much more accountable system, both at a local, community, and all levels. I think these are critical, and thank you very much for that. But Mukiza, a young man on the floor asked you a question around data and how you are utilizing what young people are doing around how they are utilizing data. Yes, that is one of the key points, but I wanted to hear more from you in terms of, because you did tell us a little bit about community data, data from civil society, and all these kinds of things. And we know that the world we live in now has really been structured around the data revolution, that all of us are now data producers. But how that is used and analyzed would be helpful. And I think now that we have an SDG secretariat and another place like that, I wish you could tell us a little bit about some practical elements that UBOS, either is calling data users to do, something practical that we can do to help the data environment in Uganda to deliver the SDGs. Are there any key points that are practical that we must undertake as citizens in this data revolution?
Thank you. Well, that question is very interesting, and us in the national statistical system, our business is well cut out. Data production, data processing, analysis, dissemination, use, and evaluating the impact of the data. And at any one given time, even as I speak now, we have over 500 youth involved in data generation. My chairman is here, he will confirm it, that we have fieldwork programs that are solely run by the youth, and they are using the cutting-edge technologies. We are no longer using paper questionnaires. In the end, you may think they are just doing work for data collection and being paid, but they are also being trained in how to use these digital solutions. And when they go to the respondents, to a household or to a business, and they are getting the data, going by the questionnaires, analyzing it, they also are learning in production activities. We have, for the last about 20 years, those are three, they are youth that we started with on this informal cross-border trade, collecting data on the informal activities crossing the border. They had senior 4, senior 6. A number of them have studied, they have become undergraduates and masters. And they're in big offices, they are owning their businesses. So that's part of the contribution. And we also have a graduate program where young graduates, of course, who are trained in the business of statistics or economics or IT, are given an opportunity to come, do internship. We also nurture them in understanding the statistical production. And then those who are lucky are absorbed in the mainstream or in the MDAs, local governments, or they start their business. So I think so far we are touching the youth. To the moderator, citizens-generated data is one of the important source of getting evidence of how the country is progressing towards achieving the Agenda 2023, 2030, and the NDP 3. We have worked with about 3 civil society in developing the strategic plan for statistics. And these are our champions who will also reach out to the other civil society, including these small businesses. Whichever business you are doing, you are actually generating your own data. And that data is helpful in making you understand how you can perform. There's a group of youth from Kawempe. One day they called me, they said, but Executive Director, how can we use your data? We have a small business, we started as a small band, and now we are a group. And we want to use your data to showcase to government that we can tap resources from the other natural fund. So I called their leader and we went through, and they have now started an association and a circle. They have bought land, talk about land. He was giving me testimony after like 6 months that he has bought land in Kamwenge and is growing. He started by growing, the group started by growing maize. Now they are on beans, and they are planning on getting the cattle because of the use of the data and seeing where the value addition and where much of the economy is generated. Oh. So I think with that, we think the national resource system is making a contribution.
Thank you. I think you've raised some important and very critical points around even capacity development within the data generation ecosystem, young people being helped to do that. And here you are also to talk about application in terms of how people can use data to make decisions that are economic. But we would now want to move on. Gertrude, you did speak about the issues related to simplifying, to continuing with the leadership. I think everybody agrees with you. But if you are to wrap it up for us in terms of things that we need to do at a local level, especially to fast track the SDG implementation, which ones come to your mind as the critical areas that we need to touch on as Uganda?
Thank you very much. Well, when it comes to SDGs localization, I think for me the first point of entry for government would be to revisit the outlook of the NDP3 and make sure that local governments are well positioned to partner with government in terms of driving the programs. Why I'm saying NDP3, because I know that they've worked a lot to align the NDP3 to the SDGs. So we need to have local governments well positioned. We are having an annual negotiations process with the different ministries. And Honorable Prime Minister, the biggest question is who is coordinating government implementation at national level? Because what came out clearly is that even the Office of the Prime Minister we thought would be coordinating is actually implementing. So there is still a big coordination issue around there. Then the local governments have been bundled into a corner called regional development, and yet this is more of an affirmative action. So what are we saying in the NDP? I wish Mr. Mvawala was here. This is very critical. Let's go back to NDP3 and make sure that we've positioned the local governments right. When we have done that, we are requesting government and Ministry of Finance find money for induction of councillors. They are running business. We are asking them to be accountable. We are asking them to deliver good public services, but they don't know. They are new. They don't know how to drive that agenda. Can we get that money tomorrow, right, Honorable Prime Minister, and have our councillors inducted? Then, from there, of course, we'll build curriculums around awareness creation, very vital, decrypting the messages, let the leaders go out and mobilize the communities, using the right medium and communication, use our local radios and all that. We have endeavored to do some translations. We want to thank UNCDF a lot for the support through the DINU program. They've helped us, local governments, of course, we've worked with NGO Forum, to decrypt some of these messages, put them in local languages, under the Northern Uganda program, we from that program, and onboard it into the national plans of actions for SDGs to take it further across the country. Human resource and skilling is vital. We were still talking about statistics and data, and there are two things that came out. If we are going to grow our economy and help achieve the SDGs, run the parish model, you've gone down to the parishes, you do not have the people, we've talked about the trade and all that. There is a proposal, we are proposing have assistant commercial officers at the sub-county level. Because what you have in the parishes, with due respect to our officials, are more of administrative, clerical officers. We need people who are going to give strategic direction for those programs to be able to be successful. So Skill the human resource, find the right officers positioned there, tool them. Planning units. Planning units are very weak, yet they are very, very vital for SDG localization in terms of planning and strategic implementation at local government level. They need the right officials there. We did a quick scan of the quality of planners we have, the qualifications to drive the planning units. We need to do better. So we need to build that capacity of the planners, right from the processes of planning through to rolling out our plans, development plans, into being responsive to the SDGs. NPA said yesterday only 30 local governments have approved development plans. 30 out of 145. So we need a lot of work to do there. I wanted also to say one last big one, financing. Put money in local governments. I'm requesting government to take that leap of faith. We cannot keep operating at a budget of 11% to local governments, and of that 11%, we only have around 2% left for development. The rest is going into administration and recurrent. We won't have results. We will continue getting the 36% performance. So let us do better and be able to build a capacity for local governments to deliver.
Thank you very much, Gertrude. I think Gertrude has helped us to sort of get some punchy points around what we need to do at a local government level. Some of them have to be debated, but the debates we shall take to another forum. Now we have 6 minutes that we have to divide between Francis and Moses. So Francis, in terms of wrapping this up, you've had some good stories from Joseph around what is really happening in terms of the capital that is out there, that probably even the governance of private sector now needs to become a question that we ask and we think about. We can no longer have private sector managing their private businesses like private homes. You know, these are issues that we have to think about around how we govern. Because many times when we think governance, we talk about, you know, government. But here we are. You are the engine with 80%. And I was part of a report that we are doing, the Institute of Corporate Governance, I think, found that things like succession planning is completely absent in the private sector. And all this. But just tell us a couple, I don't want to take you into a big debate, around what you see as some of the bottlenecks that we must unlock if we are really going to move forward. It does just a couple, 3 of them that we should really go away with from here and say this is how we want to move from a private sector perspective.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. I think you put it very well, that we really have to find a way of doing things differently and better. So one thing that has come with SDGs and the private sector, together with the Office of the Prime Minister and the development partners, particularly UNDP, we've come together and created this platform. And one of the things that it is going to help do is to think, to engage and innovate about almost everything we are doing in the private sector and government. Innovations, new things, business models. What are those business models that are going to transcend this personalization? It's my business. I would rather be a big fish in a small pond than be a small fish in a big pond. What models are going to come through so that in the end we are able to have businesses in this country that are really going to carry forward and deliver the SDGs. This is one of the biggest things that we are seeing in terms of solutions to delivering SDGs. The second thing is innovations about delivering services. How do we use the current reality of the digitalization to deliver services? So these are things that we need to engage and discuss on and see how they work. There are innovations now in health sector, in education, but how much are we adapting and utilizing them? So in short, yes, there are very specific challenges we are facing today, and I don't want to repeat them because they are very known: access to finance and cost, infrastructure challenges, high cost of doing businesses, and so on and so forth. But I think in the end, what will work for us is having that mechanism that is being brought forward by the SDG platform that will look at business model, that will look at innovation, that will look at implementation. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Francis. The SDG Secretariat is the one at the heart of the Private Sector SDG Forum. And when they talk about Private Sector SDG Forum, baby, it means that you are involved. So just walk to the SDG Secretariat. Dr. Byamjisha there is the head, and tell him where is the Private Sector SDG Forum. I'm an artist, and I'm part of private sector. And you will be, you and other people who are like that will be involved. Now, lastly, Moses, you now have to speak for the citizens while you are not dressed like a citizen. But here we are now. We want to root it down. If we are to really do something around this acceleration agenda, you've had the discussion. But what should we pick that should resonate with citizen groups in terms of what we need to do? The roadmap is there. The working groups will be talking, but that is not enough. What do we need to do to ensure that a lot more of citizen engagement is there? We talk about partnerships, we talk about inclusiveness, all the SDGs that are doing that, 16 and 17 are there. But what else do you see as just a couple of areas that we should latch on?
Thank you, Richard. I think as the national SDG roadmap is rolled out, one thing that we as citizen organized groups can offer to the government is our unequivocal commitment to work with the government. We did mention, which we agree, this is a multi-ethnic country, and people speaking different languages. And I think one way that the civil society can be leveraged in terms of taking information down is to be able to translate these messages to the language in which people can understand. And I think that's where we actually play a critical role, and that's how we can actually create the connection between the SDGs and what is it? I mean, what is SDG? What is this exactly? And I think that is something that we as civil society organizations we are committed to do. And I think also, as my last remark is, we would like to debunk this negative narrative that civil society organizations are not working with government. No, we are working with government. When we're working very closely with the SDG, I'm sure if you ask the SDG Secretariat, they would be telling you a different story. If we are working with the National Planning Authority, we're actually working with the Minister of Finance. We are part of the Development Implementation Planning Working Group. We are working, we are all around this. Dr. Mkiza here did make reference multiple times to the role of civil society organizations in generating data, in generating knowledge products. So we just really want to call for our commitment and just debunk this negative narrative, civil society organizations are anti-government, civil society organizations are not working with government. We are working with government, and whether in communities, our work around the policy development model is very critical. Our work in ensuring that we remain accountability vanguards is important, not only to the citizens, but to the country as well, to the government as well. And so for us, really, when it comes to the SDGs, we actually want to remain wedded to the fact that we're leaving no one behind. Tonde Kamabega. We will make sure that the message goes across all the districts, and we will work with the different communities to make sure that we are able to hit the targets. It is possible, we can do it. And as you said, when it comes to SDGs, the government of Uganda cannot hide. We were there as presidents of UNGA. We were there really in the midwifery room of this SDG. And we as civil society sector, we can only give our commitment that we would like to support this process from the beginning to the end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Moses, for welcome to Uganda. We've been working a lot with Rosa, so thank you. Elsie is our sister, she's here, and thank you very much for also supporting the SDGs. The UNDP has been behind this event, so please give a real hand clap. At least those who had breakfast like me can speak. Now, of course, the Emeritus Secretary General of the NRM, Right Honorable Justin Lumumba, is now our SDG champion. Now, what that means practically is that she's going to be at the forefront of the localization. For us, our job will be to cheer her on, work with her, and make it becomes a reality for everybody. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to stop our panel here. Thank you very much. We will now hand over back to our colleagues to the next session. So, Maurice, over to you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Moderator, for the record, I would like to register the remarks of the PSST for this event. So, thank you.
All right, another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to the panel. Richard, thank you so much for a job well done. One of the key mandates you had was to ensure you finished on time, and you've done a fantastic job, Richard, so I want to thank you for doing that. But while the panel discussion was going on, we did receive quite a sizable delegation from government, showing government's commitment to the SDGs, both to our resident coordinator and the UNDP country representative. I wanted to introduce to you some of the guests who walked in while the panel discussion was happening. The Honorable Esther Anyakun, who is the State Minister for Relief and Disaster Preparedness. And the Honorable Alice Kaboyo, State Minister for Luwero Triangle. I also saw my friend, and I need to introduce him because he's on the ICT Committee of Parliament, and so I have to be careful when I introduce him. But he is here also as chairperson of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on SDGs. The Honorable Barnabas Tinkasimire, please stand for recognition. So you see the delegation that is represented here. But I also want to mention, since they mentioned the former Secretary General's office, that we have the chairperson of the Women's League here, the Honorable Lydia Wanyoto. Yes, there she is. And I must say she's an SDG champion, whether she's speaking on Capital Gang or on any of the other platforms, including at UBC. She's always driving the leaving no one behind agenda. I also want, in a very special way, to recognize our partners and friends who are here, and I'll probably do that consistently through this conversation this morning. I also wanted to mention that we have a virtual audience. This is a hybrid event. We do have very few people in this room because most of our guests are online and they're joining us via the other platforms that are available, but also watching us live on TV on the national broadcaster UBC and NTV. And that is live, so everyone who's at home is able to watch what's happening here, because this conversation is about everyone in this country. Now, allow me introduce our next speaker, and just to introduce that we've moved to our second session, which is really in conclusion of the launch of the SDG roadmap, and as we also plan for the launch of the SDG Secretariat. I want to introduce our next speaker. He is a team leader at the CEO Summit and incoming board chairperson of the National Social Security Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Dr. Peter Chimboa to come and make his remarks as our guest speaker. You're most welcome, Doctor.
Honorable Minister, and also the UN Resident Coordinator, and all the distinguished guests. Our quick conversation will focus on corporate Uganda, or the corporate sector, which is actually a member of the umbrella organization which is called Private Sector Foundation. What is corporate Uganda's plan. How does corporate Uganda prepare or planning to integrate their strategies in the coordination framework and also the SDG roadmap? There's a bit of history here that I would like to share. In a very special meeting at El Shak, this is alongside Red Sea, there's a resort there, and His Highness, the Aga Khan, was addressing the top corporate leaders in Africa. And he said, 2-3 points, said that to win, to make money, to make profit, it doesn't mean that someone else must lose. That's number one. Number two is that the collaboration framework between the government and the private sector and the civil society is like the African kitchen. In the African kitchen, they have got 3 stones. Without those 3 stones, you are not going to prepare the food. And the African seat or stool or the chair of the Africans has got 3 stands. And that's government, civil society, and also the private sector. That's his impression. And he says the collaboration is not a threat. It's a blessing, actually. It's a bridge. It's an enabler to make sure that things go on very effectively. I would like to start by giving some quick narrative behind. I know my slides are, and that time they were driving what you call the MDGs, before the SDGs. In East Africa, we had 2 representatives, a gentleman from Uganda called Emmanuel Katongole, and we also have the one from Nairobi, a man called Dr. James Mwangi. These were selected as the champions for driving the collaboration framework to make sure that these goals are achieved. From West Africa, there was Madame Ngozi Okonjo, and I think from South Africa, there was Madame Gracia Machel. Now, when we were in South Africa, Gracia Machel brought together the top 25 biggest corporate organizations in our principles to ensure that we address these SDGs. A very long conversation. I was representing East Africa because I was coming from the CEO Summit. I'm sorry I didn't introduce my colleague. I am outgoing team leader at the CEO Summit, and the incoming team leader is here, Mr. Stephen Mukasa Mugamba. He's the one coming in at the CEO Summit. But that is what corporate Uganda is supposed to be looking at. How can we work together to achieve the 4? Number 1, advance knowledge around the SDGs. We have to advance the knowledge around the SDGs, how important they are, how we need to cooperate, why we need to work together, how are we going to be able to measure the impact of corporate Uganda onto the delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals. Number 1 is advance knowledge. Number 2 is build commitment. And I'm going to show here very quickly, this is not corporate social responsibility. It is shared value. It's long term. It's not a handshake. It's an embrace. So how do we build commitment to finding solutions quickly to preserve our environment, to drive tools and means to provide adaptation, mitigation, and also resilience? Number 3 is, in corporate Uganda, we are reigniting the urgency of finding solutions that will ensure that we safeguard our planet. We don't have an alternative planet. This is the only planet we have. And it's not possible for you to be is about that. So we need to build solutions for the next generation. Today, after COVID, we are seeing what we call the emergence of Generation Reimagine what the future is going to look like. And lastly, the 4th one is corporate Uganda is ready to work with the Prime Minister's Secretariat, with the focal person, the minister who is in charge of this, but also with Albert. And we've been working very well as corporate Uganda with Albert at the Secretariat. We're working very well with Mukiza. Dr. Mukiza was here, UBOS, and also I think Private Sector Foundation. We are working very closely with them and others. On Friday, we are making a very powerful statement because we are going to have the CEO Forum, the annual forum. We are launching a concept called Purpose First, and we will be inviting the minister and the UN coordinator to clearly announce and recognize entities in Uganda that are not greenwashing, that are not providing token contribution, but those that are fully committed to ensuring that there is a return on investment into the SDGs, that they are working, and we can see evidence-based reports on the ground that there is impact in the area of literacy, in the area of health, in the area of education, and so on and so forth. So that's what we are going to be doing on Friday. So this conversation on right into Friday. Good people, what I'm talking about is shared value, and we are members of the Africa Shared Value Network. Shared value is about how business can reconnect with society so that there is no push and pull. I want to tell you a very recent story. A company called Camellia in Britain, I think it's quoted at the stock exchange. In Nairobi, its subsidiary is called Kakuzi. Kakuzi is also quoted on the Nairobi Stock Exchange. Now, when we look at business making money and not providing a very solid and integrated relationship with the communities, this is what happened. Kakuzi is a very large conglomerate in Nairobi, and they produce all kinds of things. Now, their avocados were rejected in the largest supermarket in Europe, which is called Tesco. Tesco said no avocados from Nairobi, especially from Kakuzi. Why? Because there were allegations, there was also litigation around child abuse, about sexual abuse, about violence, and so on by the guards of Kakuzi. Now, for us in business, we see that as a major loss because your reputation is being hit. There is brand erosion. You have got litigation costs. So in business, we are not looking at communities and supporting SDG because it's a feel-good kind of activity. Greenwashing and something that we can include in our integrated financial reporting. No, it is business sense. Business sense to work with the communities and see society and seeing people growing. I think I liked what the PSST mentioned here just a few minutes ago about coffee. This experiment has worked well with the lead farmers in coffee. So a lead farmer in coffee, the lead farmer is, I don't know how many tons is producing in an acre. It's possible for the corporate Uganda to support that farmer, work with that farmer to increase productivity, increase the quality of the product, and support others. Another 100 farmers and another 100 farmers. Uganda Breweries is doing that very well, especially with cassava. They have got lead farmers. And they are supporting these lead farmers. They have got also maize growers. You know, we've got a lady, Veronica, who is growing maize. And she's making 2-3 tons in an acre. Now, with the support of smart agricultural technology, this farmer now with 1 acre is producing 12 tons. Now, this farmer who is producing 12 tons is got everything that he needs, post-harvest handling and so on. The off-taker is there. So can Veronica support other 100 farmers? And that way, we are growing the value chain, but also building an ecosystem around this. So this is the difference between the traditional corporate social responsibility. Now, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are in this room and your colleagues, I would like you to expunge. I think lawyers use the word expunge. Get the word corporate social responsibility out of the conversation of SDGs. SDGs are about shared value. SDGs are about facilitating a broad view of value chain creation in society. Corporate social responsibility is what most of you see every Monday in newspapers. Photographs of companies that have donated a borehole with all the colors of the company, with all the logos and so on. They have gone to a primary school and they are painting the primary school and their photographs and there is everything. That is greenwashing. That is tokenism. We want to address the foundation of societal's pain points and sectors thinking and budgeting within society's issues so that society grows. Why? Because you cannot succeed in business in a failing society. The other one is the traditional corporate social responsibility is fragmented and disconnected. Government cannot do everything. But you need the government to provide regulation and an enabling environment. And that's why for us at the CEO Summit, we believe that the OPM, Office of the Prime Minister's Secretariat, is going to be key in terms of coordinating these activities, as I'm going to mention when I'm winding up. This is not philanthropy. This is not greenwashing. This is not at all tokenism. It is data-driven. It is understanding and appreciating the pain points of society and how that is a barrier to participating within the real economy. And that's what we're doing there. Shared value is already created by the business. The business now gives you part of the profit they have made. No. In shared value, in sustainable development goals, you are part of the production process. Your productivity goes up. We conceive markets and products, and we are able to drive new value. We create new value, we deliver new value, we also make sure we sustain this. We scale it in our natural systems. So what are we supposed to do as I prepare to finish? Number one, there are field surveys. We're working with the Office of the Prime Minister to work around the tools that will enable us, first of all, to identify, analyze, and prioritize what corporate Uganda has got over 200, 300 members. The top taxpayers in business and industry. Those are our members. Which sector do they want to be in order to drive these sustainable development goals? Some of them are from different sectors, and they have got certain interests, they have got certain priorities and needs. We need to establish this through surveys that are going to be done, what you would call probably baseline survey. The next one is to develop a common agenda. And this common agenda fits within what people like Albert Beamugisha are doing at the Secretariat, coordination framework, and the roadmap that has been designed by the SDGs. Number 3 is shared measurement. We need to be able to measure impact, data-driven technologies that will enable us to build forward better, that will enable us to do what we call analytics, the capacity to use artificial intelligence and data to analyze what is on the ground. So when you talk about corporate Uganda, we are not talking about top-down. We are also talking about bottom-up. It's top-down, bottom-up, inside, outside, outside, inside. So it's a comprehensive understanding and prioritization of what we are supposed to measure, give feedback on, and reinforcement. The fourth one is cooperation and collaboration. That's what it means. Continuous communication, yes, continuous communication. We are going to have continuous communication as much as possible, because I've been told that the roadmap ahead, especially from the Prime Minister's office, is being driven by an app. They are developing an app. At the Prime Minister's office, we are feeding into their innovation center. They have got an innovation center there. So corporate Uganda will seamlessly integrate their plans with what the OPM office is doing and backbone support. Now, I would like to share what some of our champions, I've met, I think, almost all the people here in a different fora discussing this. Because this whole thing was born under Ban Ki-moon, the Secretary General of the UN, to see how business can work together with society and make sense of it. If business could stimulate social progress in every region of the globe, poverty, pollution, and disease would decline, and corporate profits would rise. This is evidence. It's everywhere. If you see the amount of, first of all, savings, breweries used to import 90% of their inputs. With participation in the SDGs, they are only importing right now 15% of what they used to import. This speaks more about productivity, that when corporate Uganda works with society to drive SDGs, we make money. So shared value is not any other concept. It's a business concept. It's about money. It's about money. We make more money. We have more customers. We have better stakeholders. We attract better investment when we are socially and environmentally compliant, according to the UN business guidelines and also principles. Now, I would like to talk about Ngozi Okojo. She says through proactive partnerships, would remove the socioeconomic and cultural barriers that prevent women from participating in society and also from reaping economic benefits of their participation. You all know that in Africa, women, especially women and adolescent girls, They spend over 200 million hours every day going for water, looking for water. We also know that during this pandemic, domestic violence and abuse has increased because there is scarcity. Shared mindset. There is a lot for everybody. That brings us one thing. Corporate Uganda is saying greed is dead. Because for those who find greed beneficial, I've got what you call inclusion and diversity. We have the better equity and the more money we make. Now, the African leaders, corporate champions in Africa, let me talk about James Mwangi. And James Mwangi's idea that in Uganda now we are actually going to start recognizing, I don't want to call it name and shame, but we are going to recognize, I'm very sure the minister will be here, the UN coordinator, and will probably be on this very platform, identifying different companies that are purpose first, that are driving SDGs. We call it the Solidarum, where we will recognize the guys who are playing, those who are saying greed is dead. And we will need empirical evidence and data to show the impact that is being created. Purpose contributes to increasing our company's growth and profitability today and in the future. Purpose significantly influences our strategic decisions and investment decisions. Purpose means going beyond the call of money, the value beyond money, the value beyond the numbers. And that's what it is in the SDGs. What does the CEO Summit say? The CEO Summit says companies today prefer directors who have competences in sustainability. Sustainability is more about adaptation, mitigation, and also building resilience, comeback power, staying power in driving the SDGs. So that's what it is. And I would like to thank the organizers of this forum. Much as we are going to be discussing this on Friday with the Corporate Uganda. In Corporate Uganda, the message we are delivering is only one. That next year when we meet, we are going to recognize companies that are worth the attention of government and civil society, that are worth the attention of international financing agencies, companies that are fully accountable for sharing with everybody their return on investing in long-term value creation, capture, and delivery. I would like us to conclude with this quotation that for a very long time, all of us believed in corporate social responsibility. The world has shifted and the mindsets have shifted. COVID has taught us to be humble. Humility means only one thing, not kneeling down. Humility means accepting that you know a lot, but you don't know enough. You don't know enough. So for you to drive business and drive the margins, we have to create new thinking and be able to create pathways for sustainability and defense of our only one planet that we have. We don't have any other planet anywhere. I thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Surely after our guest speaker has spoken, we can do better than just a few hand claps. So another round clap for Dr. Peter Kimbowa. We thank you so much, Doctor, for your contribution to this conversation and the work you're doing at CEO Summit. We greatly appreciate that. For those who don't know, Dr. Peter Kimbowa, under the CEO Summit, have an initiative where they actually train CEOs or upcoming CEOs or probably the next level CEO and shape them or at least train them into what to expect as they head to the big office as the next CEOs of their organizations. And I want to applaud you, Dr. Peter, for what you're doing with our people and our young people in this country, especially in the private sector. I wanted in a very special way to also recognize the various people that have worked with the SDG Secretariat, and among them is, when we talk about SDGs, we want to really applaud the work of the young people, and Edwin Muhumuza, who is now also located within the Secretariat, is the President Uganda Youth Coalition for SDGs. He spoke earlier. We want to thank you for what you're doing with the Secretariat. Thank you so much. And also request again that we continue sharing this conversation I know we are competing with the hashtag Happy Birthday President Museveni, but surely we can be the second after that hashtag, because we need to share this SDG conversation. Okay. So it gives me now great pleasure to invite Mr. Richard Nelson, the U.S. Mission Director, who also is the head of the local development partners in Uganda, to come and make his remarks. The role of the local development partners in SDG implementation. You're most welcome, Nelson.
Right Honorable Minister of General Duties, Resident Coordinator for the United Nations in Uganda, other representatives of the United Nations, and distinguished representatives of the government and other distinguished representatives of civil society, the private sector, and Ugandan citizens, good day. I am happy to be here. As was introduced, my name is Richard Nelson. I am the Mission Director for USAID in Uganda, and I am very pleased to be here. I did a quick search on who Bebe Cool is, and I will watch one of your videos when I go home with my daughter. Thank you for joining us today. It's great to see a variety of different people and organizations represented here today. As you know, Agenda 2030 is a global call for action to end poverty and to achieve a better and more sustainable future for everyone. Today's launch of the new National Roadmap for the Sustainable Development Goals represents yet another milestone that demonstrates the government's commitment to deliver on this important agenda. The new roadmap also provides a useful framework to guide the government's efforts to implement the SDGs by identifying actions that will continue to strengthen planning and coordination, financing and resource mobilization, data quality, M&E and reporting, as well as advocacy and communication. So on behalf of the Local Development Partners Group, I'd like to commend the government on progress to date on the SDGs. Uganda ranks 18th of 52 countries on the continent assessed for SDG performance, scoring above the regional average, and I think that deserves an applause. In the areas of environment, Uganda is on track, and despite challenges, there was noted progress during Uganda's 2020 voluntary national review in the areas of poverty reduction, investment in human capital, water and sanitation, peace and justice, and decent work and economic growth, amongst others. The voluntary national review process was an excellent opportunity to take stock and refocus work in this regard. We've taken note of the recommendations on stronger partnerships, coordination and collaboration, reporting, and we look forward to a more in-depth discussion on how these recommendations can be actualized as enablers to achieving greater progress. Achieving key SDGs, such as the SDGs on good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, reduced inequalities, decent work and economic growth, and peace, justice, and strong institutions, requires strong government leadership and more domestic. Increased from 18.6% before COVID-19 to 21.9% during COVID-19. We've all recognized the erosion of progress that was made over the previous few decades. The per capita annual income was $817 in 2020 compared to $844 in 2015. Hence, prioritization efforts to strengthen growth and recovery will be key to achieving the envisioned goals of the NDP 3. And so there is need for prioritizing to reverse the stagnation or even declining performance on key human capital indicators. As it is, more than 1/4 of on-budget spending on health, education, and social development comes from the development partners. In health, government spending is less than 2% of the GDP, which is far below the WHO recommendation of at least 5%. Greater investment is necessary by the government of Uganda if the country is to move steadily towards universal health coverage. We would welcome further attention to ensuring that Uganda's rapidly increasing population becomes the engine that will drive development and growth, promote shared prosperity, and end poverty. And this will be achieved through investment in people. In this regard, the budget refocus on human capital is also very welcome and presents a way forward on how to deal with the current socioeconomic constraints and restore growth and development to pre-COVID-19 levels, and subsequently place effort on achieving our planned socioeconomic development goals. As stated by the Prime Minister during the budget conference, to restore business activity, the immediate focus on implementing fiscal and monetary measures to boost aggregate demand is appreciated and will be key to mitigating the impact of COVID-19 on businesses and SMEs. Uganda has taken important steps to bring the SDGs to life even before they were adopted, as we've noted today, and notably by integrating them in the second and consequently the third national development plans, and thereby translating them into nationally owned and country-led development strategies. Like the SDGs, the NDP 3 sets out an ambitious agenda that requires commitment and leadership at all levels of government partners. The next important step will be to further mainstream SDG implementation across government through the work of ministries, departments, agencies, and local governments. The SDGs need to inform the strategic decisions, prioritization, and actions of all programs, allowing SDGs to seamlessly become an integral part of the work of the program working groups and being part of the preparation of the national budget. We understand from the recently launched budget strategy for FY22 and 23 that the government will continue to support several COVID-19 response measures, such as utility support, tax deferrals and exemptions, labor-intensive public works, support to SMEs, etc., that were developed at the beginning of the pandemic. In view of recent developments, though, including the second wave, before we continue to work on these to ensure that the desired outcomes are achieved. Development partners provide very substantial support to the government's development agenda, both through on-budget and off-budget support. Over the last decade, we've provided close to $2 billion annually in official development assistance to Uganda. And rest assured that we continue to support Uganda to achieve national targets and the SDGs. And I will note that one of the key avenues through which we operate as development partners is through the use of and partnership of NGOs and CSOs, the civil society and non-governmental organizations. They are integral to the work that we are doing together in support of the people of Uganda. And they must be allowed to continue to do their valuable work. Achieving Agenda 2030 will also require new resource mobilization and financing strategies. For instance, there are significant untapped financing resources within the private sector, as we've just been discussing, also among non-governmental actors and private philanthropy. And the government needs to effectively leverage such sources of financing, for instance, by promoting public-private partnerships and sustainable investments. We development partners can really support this effort. There's also significant scope for improving domestic resource mobilization. In fact, USAID is specifically involved in this aspect directly. Last year, Uganda collected only about 11.4% of GDP through its revenue collection efforts, which is lower than most countries in the region. We therefore welcome the government's commitment to increasing domestic resource mobilization through the implementation of the domestic revenue mobilization strategy. Meanwhile, as much as additional financial resources may be needed to spur inclusive and sustainable growth in Uganda, there's also scope for using available resources more efficiently to achieve greater impact. And one of the ways that will be key to using resources more efficiently is to really start effectively fighting corruption at every level. And that is one of our key priorities as a local development partner group. So on behalf of the local development partners group, let me close by expressing our appreciation of your attention to bringing the SDGs to life in Uganda. We commend you on the achievements so far, and we stand ready to continue supporting your efforts. Let us work together to make sure that
which your mandate operates. And I know that for specific reasons, a lot of your work is to do with women and youth and children, and we want to support you and applaud you for that. All right. So I did mention Bebe Cool, but he's not the only artist who is here. So, and when I mentioned artists, everyone said, are they going to sing? Well, I am not so sure. That's what will happen here today. But I wanted a very special way to recognize in the presence of the Mama Ghetto President of Uganda, Mama Ghetto and the President of Uganda, yes, Butcherman. In the spirit of inclusion, as we said, we will not leave anyone behind. He represents the ghetto. They're part of our society. And it would be nice to bring them into this conversation. And we applaud the Secretariat for inviting him. We also, of course, invited several leaders of different categories of our people. As I mentioned, the women with the chair of the Women's League in the party. But also we invited Farida, who is also the chair of the National Women's Council. And I think also Engineer Jacob Eyeru, who had also been invited, chair. Is he here? At least I know he was supposed to be here, chair of the National Youth Council, and several other leaders in the various other groups. But allow me in a very special way to recognize our other UN family members. Allow me to recognize the UNDP Deputy Representative, Ms. Sheila Ngatia. Thank you so much for joining us. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Also here representing the country rep UN Women, Dan Bazira. Please stand for recognition. Thank you, Dan, for coming. And also here representing the country rep UN CDF, Sande Ariti. Sande, thank you so much for joining us. And my special friend, Simon Kaheru, who is the Commissioner of Uganda Human Rights Commission. Crispin Kaheru. You know, these brothers will confuse us. Crispin Kaheru. Thank you so much for joining us. All right. So we are going to change things up. I hope you've noticed some of the changes here. And so we are trying to sanitize the space as we prepare for the arrival shortly of the Prime Minister. But since we're having a conversation on the SDGs and following the panel discussion Richard moderated, there might be one or two issues I picked up and you picked up, and you may want some information, and I'm glad to. I also followed the hashtag, and it's given me quite some bit of conversation in terms of the categories of people we may be leaving behind and shouldn't be left behind. So may I invite the Honourable Minister, the Right Honourable Justin Lumumba, and our resident coordinator, Ms. Susan, and of course the resident representative UNDP, Ms. Elsie, to come and take their seats. We will open this up, and probably, Honourable Minister, please do come. We will open this up, and Richard, for the first time now, you can become the person asking questions, so you don't have to be the moderator on that side. And in case there's a couple of questions that are sticking out from the audience, I'll let you come in. All right, so we've ensured we've sanitized this, and there you go. Okay, so we have, of course, some responses even from the Honourable Minister and the RC and the RR, even as we begin this conversation, following some of the questions that came, but also following the conversation shared with us in the panel discussion and the guest speaker. So I wanted to begin with you, Honourable Minister, because we were discussing this offline, which I thought is a conversation everyone should hear, even those watching us on television. Your invitation as a ministry of the heads of the different categories of our people, the youth, the women, and now the musicians, speaks to the inclusion conversation. But do you want to give us specifically why it was important to have them in this room?
Hello. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
And on behalf of APM, I want to welcome all of you. I'll go through the protocol at the time when I'm giving my remarks when we are about to launch. We invited people to this room, some of you because of the responsibilities you hold in government, some of you are members of the different working committees in the different communities, in the different ministries, but also in the private sector. And some of you were invited because we were able to identify you, the knowledge you have about SDGs and how you have been supporting. But there are new teams that may have surprised you that they are here. We invited Honorable Lydia Wanyoto as a chairperson of the Women League of NRM, because she leads the women in NRM and they are the majority in NRM. We have to recognize that. But at the same time, we also invited the chairperson of the Women Council, Hajat Farida Chibowa, because she's the chairperson of all the women in this country. And they are the majority. When you look at our statistics, Dr. The Ido of Ubos can tell us, the women are the majority in this country. So if you want to succeed, you go for the majority. If you want to succeed, you go for the women. We also invited the chairperson of the Youth Council, Engineer Eyeru Jacobo. He leads the majority, the young people. We also invited the chairperson of the Youth League, Gaddafi Nasul, because he also leads the youth within the ruling party. I know you may not be comfortable with it, but I cannot just forget my background. I've just left the office of Secretary General just days ago. So I'll go changing slowly, but also take advantage of what I learned the other side. We also invited Baby Cool. He's a musician, but he's an influencer, but also to represent the musicians, their influencers. And with the effects of the pandemic of the coronavirus, we are online. So all these virtual meetings, messages sent, they are good at that, and they are community influencers. A sign that has not received enough attention from the NRM government in terms of service delivery, especially in the urban areas. So we invited them to come, to be part of this team, to be part of this meeting, to be part of this launch, and to also assure them that we are going to go to them, not them to come to us. We cannot succeed if we don't work with those groups. Of course, from other groups, with those other groups. We shall also work with the religious institutions, because these are influencers. And as we go out to change the method, the mode of implementing government programs, the parish model, we need everybody on board. Why did the government choose to go at the parish level? It's a lower unit to make sure government can account for every household, can account for every individual in the parish. If it is an issue to do with the, let's first look at just the first SDG, no poverty. Once you solve no poverty, that means there will be no hunger. So we should be able, at the level of the parish, to know which house is involved in which enterprise, which house is not involved. Do they have the best enterprise? Is that the most appropriate for the size of land? Is that the most appropriate for that never had food? Communities that never had food, tribes, they never had big empires because they were preoccupied with looking for food and could not concentrate on protection. You can only protect yourself if you have food. And that history has showed us that even today, communities that don't have food security cannot develop. So if we achieve the first one, no poverty, no food, the rest of the SDGs can be achieved. But we are talking of communities. When we talk of them, they need food. There is poverty, they need food. We shall not send them food and stop. We must go to work with them. How do we make them be able to sustain themselves, to take care of the musicians? Just one song is enough to change the mindset. How do we tap into that to change the mindset? Yes, we are here. We are talking about my friend PK, Mr. Chimboa. We talk about the corporate responsibility, shared values. How do we translate that to be understood by those teams to carry the message with us to the people that we require to bring on board to succeed? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable. To the resident coordinator, the conversation for the greater part of this morning on inclusion, we did get the feedback from both Bebe Cool and one of the other leaders on the issue of the role of civil society, but the role of culture and the language in being able to bring on board as many people as possible. You want to speak to that? And any of the other reactions to the panel discussion?
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. Firstly, I really appreciated the panel. I think it was really, really good. I learned a lot of things from the panel. Just to mention some of the things that really captured my attention. The first one was really understanding that we have to engage private sector. The majority of the resources are there. We have to make sure that, you know, we are really working together towards those shared goals. That I really got. The second one was coordination. Clearly, you know, we're all doing a lot of wonderful things, I think, and I think it's very clear that we're also quite clear on some of the things that need to be done. But we really need to enhance the bringing all of these efforts together, and I really got that point, and I hope that that's an area, as was mentioned before, that's a planned area of working together, and I really hope we deepen that. And the third one that I really liked, I think it came from, I'm not sure, one of the panelists anyways, talking about this, no, it was Gertrude, who was talking about making sure that these efforts really go down to the local level. Because if we're talking about coordination at the national level, making sure that all these efforts are really pulling together, we really need to make sure that corresponding effort is really placed at the level at which people are really benefiting from these efforts. So I really, not only you harmonize the interests, but there's a common plan built around these interests. There are clear targets around this. We're all clear about how we're implementing things together and how we're monitoring that. If we can do that and course correcting together, so to speak, if we can do that, we will achieve the results that we want to achieve. So much of what I heard seems to speak to that. That's where we want to go. Hopefully we will get there. And in terms of inclusion, I mean, clearly this is a societal project. It's not, and so for a societal that all the key stakeholders are there. Working together, trying to get to the results that they're trying to get to. And I think that was adequately addressed when the colleague from the executive director of the NGO Forum spoke in terms of harnessing the citizens, when our artist colleague spoke in terms of being clear about this issue of the money, etc. It's constant, and it's not easy to do. Clearly, because if it was easy to do, we would have been doing it already. But constantly thinking about how we're going to make sure that all the relevant persons that need to be part of the discussion in terms of us being able to move forward, being able to understand what the bottlenecks and the challenges are, being able to understand what the opportunities are, that all of these people are indeed around the table.
Round of applause. Thank you very much. I'll come to you, Elsie. The conversation on recovering together, recovering better together. The conversation on the role of the local development partners being able to support this recovery amidst COVID. But also speaking to the greater inclusion and conversation on the SDGs getting down to the people across all sectors. There was something someone shared on social media on the inclusion of, at the bottom level, the district councillors, and now we are speaking to the parish development model at the lowest level to bring everyone on board so that we actually understand what the challenges are and be able to actually drive the implementation of the SDGs and achieve our 2030 goal. Elsie?
Hello, can you hear me, please?
Yes, yes.
All right, first let me thank you for this collaborative work together. I also wanted to take the opportunity to congratulate the Minister for her appointment and for the business unusual. In other words, inviting baby. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Now, a couple of points. I'm not going to go strictly on the party line there, but I wanted to share a couple of points that have been raised on the discussions, which would also embed what you said, Maurice. One is our interpretation on how we articulate the SDGs, and I think Bebe Cool talked about it. How do we communicate it in a very practical way for the 190s? In other words, when we're talking SDGs, let's not keep it at a very superficial level. We are talking about poverty eradication. We're talking about food. We are talking about clothing. We are talking about environment. And therefore, our ability to articulate what the SDG means, bringing down to the National Development Plan 3, bringing it down to the 18 or 20 programs that we have, how we communicate it through our cultural groups, our radio programs, our talk shows, I think that is where we are going to make the impact. So I think in this, in the space of this roadmap, in the second phase that we are in now, that includes all of us, the local development partners. The second thing that I wanted to touch on is a question that was raised by the CEO Summit team lead, on the issues around going beyond corporate social responsibility. And I think that was a fundamental and very provocative point that he raised. Many a time, our private sector, it's about the brand, about the show. You just go there, take a few pictures with some trees planted or a few young people, give them football or something, and then we brand it as we are doing development. But that's not the point. We need to begin to look at the value chain of our business processes, from the beginning all the way production to markets. So if you're producing, for example, and using more charcoal, in fact, you're destroying the forest at the same time that you're producing. If you're producing and you are degrading the wetlands, in fact, you are impacting on SDG number 13 and 15. Therefore, when we're looking at private sector engagement all the way, we need to be able to look at how we're going to look at the implementation of the SDGs across board from SDG 1 to 17. And I think that was a very fundamental point that he raised. But what does it mean for the private sector then to do things differently? It means that we have to begin to look at fiscal policies, for example. It means that we have to look at incentives, for example. How do we incentivize them to do business differently? We have lakes in our beautiful country that are being polluted from the private sector. But then to do business differently, how do we encourage them? So I thought that was a very fundamental point that was raised. The third question that raised, and I think Bebe Cool and I think our colleague from the Ministry of Environment talked about it, the finance talked about it. What are the trade-offs? Should the government needs to pay loans, at the same time it needs to be able to invest. How do we balance those trade-offs? Splashing in money and yet we are poor. And one of the fundamental issues that our colleague from the Ministry of Finance raised was the issue of trade. Africa needs to begin to look inside Africa because the wealth is in the nations. Many a times we are exporting our wealth and importing poverty back into our countries. So what does it mean then to look at the question around markets? Africans trade 15% amongst themselves. 15% only. You have countries like mine, like Ghana, which are importing, for example, milk from other countries, yet Uganda is producing milk. So why can't we trade amongst ourselves? And that means financing, Bebe Cool. That means retaining wealth in the region. Therefore, the issue around the Africa Free Trade Continental Area Agreement, which is going to be part of the roadmap implementation for the SDGs, becomes a crucial entry point for us as Ugandans. How can we trade better with our fellow African countries? Whilst there's a question around the youth. And I think we have our colleagues from the Youth Coalition here, and today a number of them have the exhibition at the SDG Secretariat. But the question around the youth is not just about representation like this. Africa is the youngest population on earth. Youngest. Uganda is the second youngest population on earth. There is no way we can achieve development, we can achieve Vision 2040, we can achieve the Sustainable Development Goal without being deliberate about engaging and empowering our young people to do things differently. That means for us, we need to be able to provide them with jobs. That means for us, we need to be able to provide them with incentive. That means for us, they need to be in those spaces and beyond, including at the local level, to be able to express their voice, but importantly, be able to realize their dreams. And therefore, the youth question becomes a very important conversation as we talk about the SDGs. And finally, I wanted to talk about the creatives. It's a space that we don't look too much into, and I'm glad that a number of the creatives are here. And as UNDP, for example, we are beginning to support the creatives very strongly, working with the Ministry of Gender and also NP and others. Why does it matter? If you take a country like Uganda, Nigeria, and you take the Nollywood, for example, Nollywood's contribution to the gross domestic product of Nigeria was so huge that the country eventually had to rebase their currency, and at some point in time became the strongest economy in Africa. Between South Africa and Nigeria, they're always oscillating. Now, if we are beginning to empower the creatives, the Bebe Cools of today and the others, it means, in addition to what the minister, the culture, the mindset change, but they also will be able to create the wealth that we need, including the financing that is important for Africa to be able to deliver its development agenda. So again, this is a space that is a very important space. We have about 400,000 people in that space, but we are not looking. And I'm therefore glad that the minister has brought them here today to recognize that, but importantly, that we begin to work with them in a very strategic and targeted way to be able to support the Sustainable Development Goals, but by extension, the National Development Plan and the Vision 2040 of Uganda. I hope I didn't speak too much, so thank you very much.
You did not.
My worry, Elsie, wasn't that you spoke too much. It's just that you could have been speaking faster, and some people may not have caught what you're saying on television. But we hear you, and thank you, Elsie. I wanted to come to you, RC, Susan, if Your Excellency, if we could speak to the issue of, and Dr. Peter spoke to this, and the panel in a way did, the issue of enhanced collaboration, and that's the conversation we are having this morning, where we are talking about stakeholder engagement in this room to be able to accelerate the SDGs. I see they're now taking you to receive the Prime Minister, so I'll move on to other things. Okay. When you see this happen, it's protocol, you definitely know that the Prime Minister is coming. And, but RC, you're still here. So I can actually ask, I thought they were taking you away. So I'm still asking, yes, the issue of enhanced collaboration and why it's critical for the SDG acceleration.
Absolutely critical, because no one stream of work, no one sector, no one group is going to reach the goals. So we have to make sure that we find ways of building on the synergies of all the different actors, all the different activities, etc., to be able to reach the goals. And this business of collaboration, it doesn't happen on being to say, so you have to really think about how you're going to structure it in such a way that not only are people meeting to be able to work together, they're actually able to work together. You have to work on that enabling environment. I don't know if that answers the question that you were trying to asking.
Yes, that does. And maybe, Richard, I'll ask you the question. Now, it's now my turn to ask you the question. Richard, there's a microphone there. Feel free. Yeah. Richard Sewachirianga, there's a microphone there. I want you to walk. Sitting for a long time is not very good for your health. This other one here, if you could adjust it to your height, you're like a basketballer. So, Richard, when we speak to leaving no one behind, and you're as a research fellow and having you're really hooked into the civil society movement, the same conversation on collaboration and why then we need to bring on board the civil society to actually drive this conversation.
I think for me, we've spoken about the key ingredients, and the time we spent, for example, when the SDGs were just launched. One of the critical things which we did when we got back from New York to Kampala is to ask the question, what do we do with these 17 goals? Because when we were dealing with the MDGs, we had 8, we could sing them, and they were in our memory. Then all of a sudden we had 17. So, at some point we thought, is this a Christmas tree with too much decoration, or are we supposed to do something different? So we really went into thinking about simplifying, localizing. Now, of course, because of limits in terms of how much you can do when you are not very well resourced, we were able to do some innovations and went to some communities, discussed what it means to achieve these goals, and tried to create connections, and as much as possible, make sure that people can connect a goal with their own reality. So when we talk about ending hunger, I mean, it's clear. If we talk about a clean environment, then everybody knows that's what it means. And I think that that message needs to continue going, because from what we see, I think for Uganda, we have now created quite a number of opportunities, but what we now need to create is a lot more synergy around those opportunities. So when you think about what we are doing with the NDP 3, it has just come out. The parish development model has just come out. You know, so we have all these ingredients that we now need to piece together. And the SDG story, I think, really creates that, I don't want to call it depoliticization, but it creates that new thinking that, yes, helps people to focus on the development goals that they need to focus on without having to really, spend time thinking about these institutional challenges that we have. Because you see, the SDGs, the other thing is to notice that they are not something that we are doing as third world countries only. This is for the whole world. So in a sense, it also, that inclusiveness is an important message, because it means that even if you are an expert from anywhere, this is something you need to think about. And I'll stop there because there are footsteps.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Richard. May we be upstanding, ladies and gentlemen, and receive the Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda. A round of applause as we receive our chief guest. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we welcome you. We want to thank you for joining us. We are aware of your very, very busy schedule, but we are indebted to you and honored that you could make it here to be with us this morning. You may now take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Right Honorable Prime Minister. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we will now quickly move to our second session, where we have the official launch of the SDG roadmap. It gives me great pleasure to recognize the presence of the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Robin Nabanja, who will be formally launching this SDG roadmap. But before we do that, I want to invite our friend who will be speaking to reflections on the SDGs integration and acceleration in post-COVID-19 pandemic, Ms. Elsie Atafwa, the UNDP resident representative. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Right Honorable Robin Nabanja, Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda. Right Honorable Justin Kasule Lumumba, Minister of General Duties and Focal Point Minister for SDGs. Honorable Ministers present here, our own resident coordinator, Susan Ngogi Namondo, Excellencies, Ambassadors, Heads of United Nations agencies present, and I know a couple of our colleagues are also online, Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Treasury, Acting Permanent Secretary, Office of the Prime Minister, Executive Director, Uganda Bureau of Statistics, other public officials present, development partners, representatives of private sector, academia and civil society, representatives of the media fraternity, distinguished Participations Development Program, UNDP. I'm delighted 2021 to 2025 to accelerate implementation of SDGs and by extension the attainment of the third National Development Plan and our own Vision 2040. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I thank you sincerely for your personal leadership and wish to commend the government of Uganda on the progress made on delivering the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. It is a great pleasure for the UNDP to partner with the Office of the Prime Minister, OPM, and the SDG Secretariat in developing a new SDG roadmap 2020-2025, which is in line with our NDP 3 priorities. The long-term partnership between OPM, UNDP, and our broader United Nations family has shaped integrated promise and investment we all place in the SDGs to support Uganda's socio-economic transformation. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I was asked to share reflections on integration and acceleration of SDGs in post-COVID pandemic. I would like to share some evidence of why there is concerted need to accelerate SDGs in Uganda, how we may do this, and share some brief insights into the role of UNDP, and our resident coordinator will talk about the larger family. So let me stay on the conversation why, and please bear with me. Why does it matter? Why should we accelerate the SDGs? And when we talk the SDGs, it is our NDP3. It is our Vision 2040. Let me start with the findings of the Voluntary National Review Report 2020. The VNR, for short, published in 2020 on the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, highlights where Uganda stands in the delivery of SDG targets. We have made significant progress, but the results are mixed. I'd like to quote some of the positive changes, but also the red flags, which is detailed in the VNR, and we were blessed to have the VNR endorsed by our own President, His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni. So what are some of the positive strides? For the first 5 years since the adoption of SDGs, Uganda registered progress in the number of areas through the second National Development Plan. The size of the economy doubled from US 17.2 billion in financial year 2010 to 2011 to US 34.4 billion in nominal terms. We also saw an increase in our GDP, US 88.844 in financial year 2011-2012 to 878 US million in financial year 2018-2019. We also saw growth. I'm not going to go into all the statistics in the interest of time. We also saw growth in our total exports. We have seen, for example, that our total road network has doubled as well. We've seen increase in our generation of electricity capacity from 601 megawatts in 2010 to approximately 2,000 megawatts in 2020. So we are seeing significant progress on SDGs. But why do we have to accelerate? We have to accelerate because there is room for improvement. The SDG Solutions Network ranks 52 African countries based on 97 indicators across all 17 goals. It places Uganda in the 18th place. Uganda's overall score, 54.88, compared to the regional average of 52.7. The score shows that Uganda is above the 50% mark towards achieving the SDGs. But there's more to be done. During the second NDP period, Uganda was on track on some of the SDGs, particularly on 13. Even with significant challenges met in the implementation of the second NDP, there was improvement in the scores of health, gender equality, decent work, economic growth, industry innovation, infrastructure, and partnerships. However, the improvement was still below the rate needed to achieve SDGs by 2030. For SDGs on poverty, hunger, education, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, sustainable cities, life important, and we need to be deliberate in our actions to accelerate the SDGs. Effective implementation of NDP3 will therefore be a critical success factor for SDGs in Uganda. So stay with me on the conversation. Why do we have to accelerate the SDGs? Because our VNR tells us we've made fantastic progress, but the results are mixed. The second why is based on the findings that we have from our SDG institutional and policy gap analysis. This work was done in collaboration with the National Planning Authority. Now, the study assessed readiness to implement the SDGs across two areas: Uganda's policy environment through examination of a selection of 20 policy frameworks, including national planning documents, national policies, and the 5-year sector plans. The second thing that we assessed was Uganda's institutional environment by gathering primary and secondary data on the preparedness and selection of 12 government bodies. This study found that the government of Uganda, again, has made significant progress. but presents a mixed picture of readiness to implement the 2030 Agenda in both its policy and institutional environment. Analysis particularly highlighted a need to focus on improving alignment of national development strategies with SDGs relevant targets, as well as alignment of policies and plans with the pledge to leave no one behind and its framework, addressing trade-offs between commitments to climate change and investment in oil and petroleum, for example. Common gaps were found in the policy frameworks examined. These included missing baseline indicators, and I'm glad our colleagues from UBOS are here, data for the indicators set, a lack of specific budget allocations for policy commitments, and I'm glad our colleague from the Ministry of Finance is here. So again, great work that is being done, but a lot more to be done. The analysis also highlighted inconsistencies in budget alignment to plans. The analysis examined current budget allocations and revealed that while budget expenditure is well aligned to poverty reduction SDG 1, gender equality SDG 5, water and sanitation SDG 6, budget alignment is much lower on ensuring that economic growth was sustainable SDG 8, as well as on providing technologies to women and vulnerable groups to boost production and reduce inequalities SDG 10. Since existing national priorities and budget cycles are the channels through which the 2030 Agenda is being localized in Uganda, there is need for enhanced budget alignment to national SDG priorities in the NDP3. The appointment of the Minister for General Duties in charge of SDGs in the Cabinet, in addition to launching the SDG Secretariat housed at OPM, has been positive steps on the part of government to strengthen strategic SDG efforts in the country. The third thing that I wanted to touch on very briefly is on why do we need to accelerate, and stay with me on that point, is because of the impact of COVID and, importantly, the efforts we're going to put in to recover from the pandemic and to ensure resilience building as we move forward. Again, I'm preaching to the converted. We all know the impacts of COVID, but I'm not going to go into all of that. We've seen the impact on the 190s, we've seen the impact on poverty, we've seen the impact on youth, we've seen the impact on education, we know all that. But let me briefly touch on work that was led by our resident coordinator and our country team that UNDP technically led, which is our findings on the United Nations socioeconomic impact. And I say this to bring our attention on how we can use the recovery from COVID to accelerate the SDGs. Our study really showed that, again, the impact particularly on the private sector, 60%, particularly in the micro, small and medium-scale enterprises are almost going out or face the risk of going out of business. We've seen a number of workers push below poverty lines. Our tourism sector, our beautiful Pearl, we are beginning to see some recovery, but again, we estimated in this work that we would be potentially losing about $5 billion in 5 years as a result of that. Now, whilst COVID has had huge negative impact, and again, I'm not going to go into the impacts, the crisis has presented important opportunities to the world, and especially countries in Africa and countries like ours. COVID-19 has been a catalyst, for example, in the digital revolution. We have seen fantastic work that has been done by our young people. And again, these are things, we've seen this surge, and these are things that we can leverage. We have an opportunity to accelerate digital revolution. This necessitates strategic incentives to make smart devices, digital services affordable to people while raising the levels of mass digital literacy, specialization in ICT skills, and many more. So, again, the reason why we need to accelerate is that COVID has impacted, and we can use this avenue to recover, be able to build forward better. Now, how can we do this practically? How can we accelerate? I'm sure some people are asking. Now, there are a couple of things that I wanted to bring for our consideration. One of them is work that was done by NPA, UNDP, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, indeed our larger United Nations family, looking at how we can be able to look at medium to long-term support to NDP3 and how we can accelerate the SDGs. There are three things that this work that we did together with government highlighted, that there are three areas for SDG acceleration, or there are three accelerators that we need to pay attention to. So let me mention these three accelerators. One is on environment, second, governance, and third, industry. Again, it doesn't mean the other areas are not important, but these areas can help us accelerate. Now, we saw very closely in this report that governance interventions in NDP3 have the highest overall impact on SDGs. And this morning, early morning today, we had a number of speakers in the panel talk about governance. And when we talk governance, we are not talking about political governance or elections or anything. We are talking about issues that were raised here: local economic development, local government. We are also talking about accountability for resources and results. And I think our colleague from the Ministry of Finance talked about how do we deal with corruption, which is a very passionate appeal that the Right Honourable Prime Minister has been talking about. Public service delivery. These are all governance issues, governance of things, governance of our environment. And therefore, if we put governance as a central part of the business of SDGs, we can accelerate. The second thing is on environment, which in this analysis that we did with under the leadership of the government, environment interventions have the highest average return on investments. In fact, we estimate close to 27% improvement for every percentage of GDP spending. And it has the potential to impact on 14 out of the 17 SDGs. Now, when we talk environment, many a times people think it's a secondary thing. It is an ancillary thing. Environment is just there. But think about it. Our economies in Africa, particularly in Uganda also, it's nature-based. Our tourism depends on nature. Our agriculture depends on nature. The water that we drink depends on nature. And therefore, the centrality of environment, whether as a contribution to health, to environment, to water security, to health security, to human security, becomes very important. And therefore, our ability to invest in that area of work has the potential to impact on other SDGs. And I think in future, when I have the time, I would unpack a bit this issue around investing in environmental intervention. And finally, the third accelerator is industry. Industry intervention. I'm glad today we had a lot of private sector colleagues here, including the Private Sector Foundation, the CEO Summit, the young entrepreneurs who are here, the musicians who are here. It's an industry. The industry becomes very important. And we saw that industry has the second highest average return on investment and has the ability to positively impact on 12 out of the 17 SDGs. So again, these are areas that we can put our energies together to facilitate and accelerate the SDGs. Additionally, obviously interventions in human capital development, health, education, water, sanitation, infrastructure, and many more can also contribute. Let me also say that for the attainment of both SDGs and our NDP3, there is no silver bullet. And the cross-cutting programs of NDP3 will we need to work harmoniously together. As I wrap up on how we can invest, focus on three areas of accelerators, we also need to look at the issue around SDG integration. What does it mean practically? It means that we must implement SDGs in an integrated manner to tackle the complexities that we have and to manage the trade-offs. Today, by the time you're educated with a degree, artificial intelligence perhaps has taken over your job. How do we manage these trade-offs? How do we look very quickly in terms of new thinking, new ways of doing business to be able to push the boundaries that we are looking at? So, again, these are areas in terms of how we can accelerate. Now, let's UNDP are contributing, and I'm sure some people may be asking, why is UNDP passionately involved in the SDGs in supporting the agenda of the resident coordinator as well as supporting the family as a whole? Part part of the reason is that we are the largest development agency in the world, in the United Nations family, and we are supposed to be the support platform to accelerate the SDGs. And we were given this mandate by the United Nations General Assembly, particularly in 2018, when our Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, worked with world leaders on repositioning of the United Nations system as a whole and how we can support our government. So let me say very briefly, there are about 4 things that we are doing, and we're working with all of you to support that. One is on the need for integrated policy and programming solutions. And here again, we have been very, very strongly involved in NDP3 design and implementation, supporting the national industrial policy, working very closely now with the Ministry of Trade, NPA, Ministry of Finance, on the Africa Free Trade Continental Area Agreement. These are all ways that we are fostering integrated policy and programming solution. The other area that we are very much involved in is on data matrix, data analytics, and SDG matrix. And I think the UBOS Executive Director mentioned a lot, so I'm not going to go into the details, but it's important for us as the development agency of the United Nations that through our work on the Human Development Index, our work on multidimensional poverty, and other areas of work, we are able to support governments with the data that is required to inform decision-making around the SDGs, but also to support reporting. The third thing that, and I think it came out very strongly in the panel conversation, is around SDG financing. How do we finance the SDGs? Because, you know, the needs are a lot, the funding is not much. What can we do? And one of the things we are doing with the larger family of the United Nations is looking at an integrated financing framework under the leadership of government through the Ministry of Finance. What are the innovative approaches that we can use? What else can we use in terms of domestic financing, green bonds, things like that? And these are areas that we are looking into. And finally, we are looking at knowledge and innovation. So whether it's through our Accelerator Lab, which is helping us to think through cutting-edge development solutions on development challenges in the world in Uganda, where we do have about 92 of these labs, and we're going to support also the SDG Innovation Lab, which will be established, which has been established. Our work on e-commerce platform, e-governance platform, these are all new ways of working. So again, these are ways in which we are helping to accelerate the SDGs. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, I think I'm delighted to say that our all new UNDP country program 2021 to 2025, which focuses on a number of ways, inclusive and sustainable growth, where we are looking at a number of value chains, agriculture, tourism, mining, our work on sustainable management of natural resources, our work on inclusive and transformational governance, which is aligned to the new UN cooperation framework, are ways that we are supporting. Let me try now to conclude by highlighting a few of the things, practical things, meat on the bone, on what we are doing practically. One of the things that we have done recently is to establish what we call a Youth for Business, Innovation and Entrepreneurship Facility. We believe very strongly, without any iota of doubt, the future of the continent and the future of Ugandans is in the hands of young people and young entrepreneurs. Therefore, how can we support them? We generate about 700,000 people into the job market every year, but the formal sector can only take 9,000. How market every year, but the formal sector can only take 9,000. How do we deal with the rest of the 693,000 young people who come to the job market? And therefore, this facility is to provide catalytic resources, which we launched it was launched by His Excellency the President last year. We are working with Stambik, BRAC International, and BRAC Uganda, and many other stakeholders. We have provided substantive resources to young people. We're touching the lives of our 7,500 economically active young people. We are working with the National Association of Student Entrepreneurs, and I think I see the leader here, where we ask young people, tell us your ideas. What are your dreams for Uganda? in a space of a few weeks, right, Honorable Prime Minister, we had 4,800 ideas of development solutions that young Ugandans had. And it tells you that the young people, there's an edge. Please feel free to clap. There's an edge for them to do something, and we are hoping that we are able to support at least 1,000 of them and work with other partners. For private sector that is here, CEO Summit, and these are young ideas, you provide them with capital, startup capital, for them to move forward. For the first time, we've also launched the Creatives Innovative Challenge. So, baby cool, there are opportunities for you to tap with your constituency and others onto this area of work, where we are hoping to give about 400 creatives funding, grant financing. They've been hit badly by COVID, but they need to recover. And these are places that we are investing. We also are supporting an SME for Trade initiative. This for us is very important for 3 reasons. Again, I said, and I speak as an African, that we sit on wealth. We import poverty and we export our wealth. And it's time that African countries come together. And the AFCTA offers opportunities for us to trade. And therefore, our SME for Trade initiative is to be able to even create awareness. What is this AFCTA about? Big English. How do we bring it down? How do we provide incentives to SMEs to participate? And what will be Uganda's strategy? Are we going to trade in milk, sugar, coffee, cocoa, beef? Why are we importing tilapia? In West African countries, we import tilapia from elsewhere. Uganda has tilapia. Why are we not importing? And therefore, for us, these are tangible things that we can do. I can go on and on and on, but let me say, as I wrap up, the 2 things that we are doing. The tourism industry is a very important one. Uganda is one of the most beautiful countries on earth, for those of you who don't know. Sometimes when you're in a place, you don't value what you have. But because of the impact of COVID, our industry has gone down. We are helping to revamp that as well. We are working with Honorable Butime and team, and I think, as you can see, there's a lot of traction now. Recently, we supported the Rwenzori. You know, people don't know that we have ice, snow-capped, the most beautiful in Africa. We are the 3rd highest peak, but we are the most beautiful people. Most people don't even know we have the Rwenzoris. And by helping to take Cheptegei and others there, today people are beginning to talk about beautiful Rwenzori mountains. And finally, on trade, for the first time, we have been able to connect informal sector, the young men, women, the Wananchis, who are selling the peppers and the potatoes and the onions for the first time, to be able to sell on Jumia. And our partnership with Jumia, they never thought they could do that. Today, 3,000 farmers are connected and able to sell their produce as well. So as I conclude, right, Honorable Prime Minister, distinguished guests, I would like to say that systemic change is often only possible through a crisis of the magnitude of COVID-19. Choices Uganda makes today have the potential to exceed the development trajectory the country was on before the pandemic, even when taking COVID-19 impact into account. With targeted investments and integrated implementation of programs in governance, social protection, green economy, and digitalization areas would help Uganda recover from COVID-19 in an inclusive and sustainable manner. In this regard, I wish to reaffirm UNDP's full support to the government of Uganda as part of the United Nations family in its journey to successfully implement the SDGs. I know our wonderful resident coordinator, Madame Susan Ngongi Namondo, will throw more light on the larger UN's family contribution to Uganda's SDGs work, of which UNDP is humbled to be a part of. I thank you very much.
Congratulations.
I'm doing this for you, RC, and I'll make sure I don't have any document on this. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I usually say this because not many people know that Elsie, first of all, Elsie looks Ugandan. If it wasn't for the outfit, we would think she's Ugandan. But from the day Elsie landed at Entebbe Airport, she fell in love with Uganda, and she said this is now her first home, not second home anymore. And she hasn't stopped loving Uganda. She's one of the biggest promoters of Uganda's tourism. She says we haven't done enough. In fact, Right Honourable Prime Minister, she'll probably have that conversation with you, that we haven't done enough to market this beautiful country. I agree with you, Elsie. And that God really started here in Uganda when creating the world. So, Elsie, I've done my part, right, in saying what you've said in many words before. All right, it gives me great pleasure to invite the resident coordinator, Her Excellency Susan Namondo, the UN resident coordinator to Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause.
Greetings to all. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, the Minister for General Duties and Focal Point Minister for SDGs, the chairperson, development partners, especially represented by Richard here, heads of other government ministries, departments and agencies, representatives from the private sector, representatives from civil society, all my UN colleagues in the room, everybody present. Good afternoon again. On behalf of the United Nations system in Uganda, I am delighted to be part of this important occasion when we are launching the National Roadmap for the Implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals in Uganda. And as been mentioned by others from the beginning this morning, this really is a testament to the government of Uganda's commitment to implementing Agenda 2030, which is our global community roadmap for achieving sustainable development. I wish, as others have said before me, to really acknowledge the leadership of the Office of the Prime Minister for putting in place the necessary enabling structures and frameworks to deliver on the SDGs, which really is also government's promise to the people of Uganda and to the global community to pursue development that responds to the social, economic, environmental tenets of sustainable development. The COVID-19, we cannot have this conversation, of course, without talking about COVID-19. So there's an element of repetition that's coming in these speeches, but that's a good thing, because when we keep mentioning it, it shows that we all believe how important it is. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a profound and negative impact. COVID-19 estimates were that by 2030, we would have 390 million people suffering from poverty. With the impact of the pandemic, that figure has been revised upwards to 452 million. And very sadly, what we now understand, of course, these numbers might change closer to 2030, but what we now understand is that Africa will be home to 80% of the global poor. In Uganda, we have had a reduction headcount from 21%, 21.4% in 2016 to 20.4% in 2019-2020. But the absolute figures indicate an increase in the number of poor people from 8 million to 8.3 million. These are figures that, of course, none of us are happy about. Overall, the situation that we are now facing calls for truly extraordinary measures if we are to catch up with the implementation of the SDGs as detailed in our development plan. The situation we find ourselves in really calls for, one, identifying the key accelerators, and this has come in the panel discussion before. Elsie has also mentioned it, but perhaps we all need a collective understanding of what these accelerators are. But identifying the key accelerators to inform reprioritization of the third National Development Plan, which was prepared pre-pandemic. This reprioritization process should really build on the 2020 Integrated Sustainable Development Goals modeling exercise that identified a number of accelerators that we should be pursuing in terms of leaving no one behind. A great opportunity is the backward and forwards linkages that can be built if the agro-industrial program of the NDP 3 is fully implemented. Two, refocusing efforts towards growing household incomes and ensuring a shift towards better redistribution of wealth among the population, with a particular focus on those who are most vulnerable to shocks and are likely to be left behind. And as was mentioned by the executive chairperson of UBOS, such as women, youth, and refugees. With higher incomes and mechanisms to protect against shocks, the people can be in a better position to meet their health, education, food needs with less burdens on government. The proposed parish model can definitely be an entry point to reaching the most vulnerable, and the implementation modalities for that really needs to be clarified to enable its effective and efficient operation. That has also come up earlier today. Increasing per capita income levels would also require better targeted management of population expansion dynamics to ensure really a well-balanced growth. The economy is growing, our population is also growing, the per capita incomes are really not growing. We really have to think about that more explicitly also going forward. We also need to recognize the crucial role, third, of an effective data ecosystem for our sustainable development journey. To improve efficiency and effectiveness of the implementation of the country's development plans, timely data is required, and earlier on the moderator mentioned a data revolution is required, but we really need to do greater thinking on the data front, how we're going to do it, how we're going to be innovative, what are some of the new approaches that we're going to use. And the UN family, it's an area of great interest to us. The UN family really looks forward to having these conversations with government and other stakeholders on how best the data ecosystem can be improved. And fourth, building stronger and more effective partnerships for development. This also came out earlier. We really do appreciate the ongoing efforts by the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to develop an integrated financing strategy for NDP3. And as the UN family, we really look forward to engaging in that discussion more and contributing to the process. Perhaps government could also look at reforming current development cooperation architecture as required so that it really does respond to the evolving development cooperation landscape. In addition, as a UN, I'm also pledging that we're really committed to strengthening the coordination of our 29 agencies that are signatory to the cooperation framework. And that framework is in full alignment with government, but we really are committed to working among ourselves to make sure that that coordination happens. And one of the key instruments that will enable this coordination really is that joint annual steering committee meeting under your leadership, Right Honourable, to make sure that we really are contributing as we should to the NDP3. And on that briefly, I will conclude and also congratulate the government of Uganda and its partners for having really put in place this SDG. And one of the things that I learned from panel one was the key role that Uganda really played in terms of the midwifery of these SDGs. I wasn't aware of that. That president was fully implicated and committed through its national development plan. And for us as a UN family, I mean, the mandate that's given to us by the global community is that we're the international service that's supposed to support governments and others as this is being implemented. So we're fully implicated and committed in this journey. And I really look forward to the road ahead. So much has happened, but we know that so much more needs to happen. And we really all stand committed, I think, with all development partners to support government in this journey of really actualizing the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I don't want to waste a lot of time. I have been alerted that there are two activities running concurrently and I need to be careful in managing my time. So I will now request our FOCOM Minister, the Right Honourable Justin Kasule Lumumba, to come and make her remarks, and also request you after your remarks to invite the Prime Minister to speak to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maurice. Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Esther Anyakun, the Minister of State for Relief and Disaster, Honorable Alice Kaboyo, the Minister of State in charge of Luwero Rwenzori Rehabilitation Affairs, Your Excellency Susan Ngugi Namondo, the UN Resident Coordinator in Uganda, the Resident Representative UNDP, Ms. Hels Ataf, Richard Nelson, the USAID Country Director, representatives of the different donors in Uganda, but also specifically those who work with us on issues of SDGs, members of Parliament present. In a special way, I want to recognize Honorable Barnabas Tinka-Simile, the Chairperson of the Parliamentary Forum on SDGs, all representatives of government ministries, departments and agencies, as well as local governments, heads of the UN agencies and representatives of development partners, members and representatives of the civil society, the private sector, academia, special interest groups, and the media, and also the director of ceremonies. I want to recognize you in a special way because you are leading us well. Allow me also in a special way recognize the presence of the panelists who have really had discussions, showed you how far, what we have been able to do as a country, but also spelling out where we need to improve. My special guests from the different interest groups who I've talked about before, the chairpersons of the Youth Council, Women Council, Youth League, Women League, the representative of the creative industry, Baby Cool, representatives of those who we always keep forgetting, especially in urban areas, those from the ghettos, but also, most importantly, we who are here, but also want to recognize those who are with us and have taken advantage of the technology for which you were squeezed into in the new world of new normal, but because of the effects of the coronavirus. On behalf of the Office of the Prime Minister and on my own behalf and the Secretariat in a special way, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this important launch event of the roadmap of the implementation of the world's most important and ambitious plan for the future, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, its associated 17 Sustainable Development Goals. We will also be launching the SDG Secretariat in the Office of the Prime Minister, whose role will be to support and do the overall coordination of the implementation of SDGs in Uganda. I want to take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Albert Byamugisha as the head. Can you please turn, and they see you turn, and those people see you, because you are going to work with the team, and these people are not going to come to us to office. It is us to go to them. We are given the responsibility to implement SDGs and achieve. We cannot achieve in our offices, in our secretariat. We must go to them, work with them. The success registered will not be only on paper, but it must be felt by them, by us, by everybody. So, from here, right on our Prime Minister, after the launch, we'll be moving to the SDG Secretariat in your office, that is the Post Office building, and then we'll launch the secretariat. From the onset, I want to commend the UN and the United Nations Development Programme in Uganda for the support rendered so far in the development journey, including the launch that we have come for today. I want also to thank the German Corporation for their support to the SDG Secretariat Hub, and indeed all the partners across the spectrum of the different roles they played in this shared journey to achieve the SDGs. I commend all the partners, including the institutions that lead the SDG technical working groups, for the importance and they attach to the roles that were given to them in their different offices. As you have already heard, in 2016, after adopting the SDGs, Uganda put in place a national SDG coordination framework and later launched a national roadmap to operationalize the framework. In 2018, the Office of the Auditor General assessed Uganda's readiness to move ahead with the implementation of the goals and reported that while some important mechanisms had been put in place within the existing government structures, there was still need to put certain things right. The recommendation was therefore that the government needed to set up an institution specifically to steer the implementation. And that's how government took a decision to have the SDG Secretariat. The cabinet then appointed a minister for general duties, Honorable Mary Carol Okurutu Businje, as the focal point minister for the SDGs. And she really started off, and here we are because she led the team to this level where we are. I want to take this opportunity to thank Right Honorable Dr. Ruhakana Rugunda and Honorable Mary Carol Okurutu and the teams that they worked with to make us get to this level as a country. They've informed you that when it came to rating, Uganda was the 18th out of the 52 countries on the African continent. That's no mean achievement. We should be proud and clap for it. But what we need to do is, we have it here, we have to go and work with the people who we are supposed to target with all these 17 objectives and make them feel the objectives. When it comes to, I want to single out a major one number, the second SDG, no hunger. But when you look at also the 16th one, to do with the peace, justice, and strengthening the institutions, the two are more or less related. When people are talking about peace, people think of the guns and pangas. In the contemporary world, the definition of security goes beyond that and includes the issue of certainty, especially when one is sure will be able to get food, especially 2 meals a day. Once one is hungry, that is insecurity to that individual. So it is our responsibility to make sure we improve security, even security of the individual. Like House has said, we have a beautiful country. Let's take advantage of it and serve Ugandans better. But also I want you to remember that in the world, Uganda is the second country with the biggest number or biggest size of organic land, organic soil. So if we take advantage of that, that also gives us an edge on issues to do with the marketing our agricultural products, since the majority of Ugandans are in the agriculture of organic land, organic soil. So if with the marketing our agricultural products, since the majority of Ugandans are in the agriculture sector. The biggest employer in this country is the agriculture sector. In 2020, the roadmap expired, and with support from UNDP, we have been able to review the coordination framework, and the roadmap. Based on the findings, a new roadmap has been developed for the period from 2020-21 to 2024-25, aligned to the third National Development Plan. The goal of the National Development Plan is to increase household incomes and improve the quality of life of all Ugandans. This goal demands our collective and focused efforts together with all development partners, private sector, but every individual matters. Indeed, the theme of NDP3 is sustainable industrialization for inclusiveness, growth, employment, and wealth creation. We tried as much as possible to also align the NRM manifesto for this term, 2021-2026, to the NDP3 and also the SDGs. So there is no room for diverting from what was being put on paper, because all these were also included in the NRM manifesto, which we gave the theme, Securing Your Future. But the best objective in it is to make sure we improve household income for those in the agriculture sector, for those in business, for those in the private sector, but most importantly, to make sure everybody is so certain by having peace and security in the mind. We launched this new roadmap at a time when Uganda has just kicked off implementation of the new parish development model. This is a strategy for organizing and developing and delivering public and private sector interventions for wealth creation and employment generation at the parish level, which is the lowest economic planning unit in Uganda. It is a reform that is fully backed by the Local Government Act of 1997, the Public Sector Transformation Program of NDP3, the NRM Manifesto of 2021-2026, and the 23, also in addition, the 29 presidential directives to all of the ministers to make sure they implement all the 3 plus the directives to make Uganda better for both Ugandans and non-Ugandans, for humanity. The parish model is meant to make government more responsive and more accountable to the ordinary person at the level of household. Most people have paid a lot of attention to the money, but there is the component of the mindset that we must work on very fast so that money finds a mind which is ready. It is not only an issue of money. That's a smaller component, like I've said before. We must be able to account if there is a health center in that parish, how much tablets of Panadol did we get? Who received the Panadol? And is there a need for more? We may be sitting at the district office to say, we need this medicine for this particular district. But this parish model will help us generate data and information at the parish level and plan appropriately based on the challenge of that particular parish. They are not the same, so that means the demands are different. The enterprises to be done in that parish, are they the most appropriate for that particular community? We have also people in urban areas, those who are employed. The money they are paid is not enough for them to live, to take care of their families. The parish model would also look at that component, especially in areas, especially in the urban areas, in our cities and municipalities. We're also not going to leave behind parishes, especially in the urban areas, which are big. There are parishes here in Kampala, where if I look at it in terms of a politician, you have a polling station with over 3,000 voters, and that is one polling station. How many people in that parish? Those all will be catered for, and we can only succeed if we work with everybody. We can only succeed if everybody is on board. We can only succeed if the community the ordinary Ugandan gets to know that is the person they are targeting. And once you know you are the person they are targeting to bring up, to improve income, it will make people, make government more accountable, demand, but also guard what is for them. That will be the best way to fight corruption. So we are going to make sure we use the communication channels that we have. And like you have, I want also to inform you that we have already translated issues to do with SDGs already in the 12 languages in this country. And we are going, the main languages, and we are going to continue adding, because we want the ordinary person to understand why we've gone for him or her, and why they vote us in leadership, but also to be able to know why are certain things not going on well in certain households at household level. Success will only be registered when everybody is on board. Ladies and gentlemen, these and other strategies are a clear illustration of the determination of the government of Uganda to regularly review and make the necessary changes to ensure that in the same spirit of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, no Ugandan is left behind, and that we must ensure to reach the farthest first. It is unacceptable to have 2 out of 5 Ugandans living from hand to mouth. The government is convinced that nothing can better guarantee inclusive growth and balanced development and employment for Ugandans than equitable participation of more citizens in the monetized economy. As we kick off this new phase in our joint venture, let me highlight some of the government's own priorities in achieving the SDGs. A key message we have consistently and will continue to share with all stakeholders is that the challenges exacerbated by COVID-19 pandemic can only be solved by implementing the SDGs. Therefore, even as the government continues to find solutions to immediate challenges, the ultimate goal is to stay on track to achieve the 2030 Agenda, which offers the long-term solutions. The government has continued to assess our existing national initiatives and strategies. We are now working on achieving our NDPs through programs. In addition to other existing strategies, like I've said before, we are laying a lot and much emphasis on the parish model. The practical support from the UN will be important to us to achieve this. As we continue to raise the profile of leaving no one behind and reaching the farthest first in the SDG framework, we recognize that these are central themes that run through our own. We, the citizens in this country, are not only beneficiaries, but also active participants in this journey. We have no doubt of the commitment of all the partners on this journey to achieve our development aspirations, and our other partners in our journey to achieve these and other strategies. We will continue to put in place a journey that evolves. It will not be static. The government of Uganda remains committed in achieving the SDGs, but with collective efforts and the challenges notwithstanding, I'm sure we will be able to make headway, because we have no option but to make headway. Why I'm saying this is that for those who have, let me give an example. For those who have, if you look at Kampala, look at Kololo. Near Kololo, you will find a slum. When you look at Muyenga, next is a slum. When you look at Naguru, there is a slum. While those in Naguru may not sleep because they think those who don't have are going for what they have, those who are in the slum, some may not have gotten lunch or supper and are looking out how do they get food, and yet sleep has not come. So the other one is not resting at night because he's fearing the other one who doesn't have is coming. And this one who doesn't have is wondering, how do I get sleep, since sleep has disappeared because he's hungry. The two to have peace must work together. So I want to take this opportunity to say, Mr. Chimboha, the corporate and my ghetto team, government must bring you together to work together so that everybody has inner peace. My sister Rose Gamwera Gertrude, by the way, we were together in school same year. She was doing law while I was doing education. She raised the issue of inducting the councillors. I want to take this opportunity that's a challenge to us as government. The Prime Minister is here, but let me say it on her behalf. We've not had induction for the new political leaders. We, the politicians, the ministers at the national level, even at the district level and sub-county level, because of the challenge of COVID. When the average number of councillors in a district is 40. To bring them together for a week of induction means you must have to first quarantine them for them to be together. So managing that challenge is not easy, but we cannot run away from responsibility. So it is not a component of resources, it is a component of life and death. How do we manage the COVID-19 pandemic in this new era? It is something that is new to us and we are learning how to manage. But we are getting to the end of it because we were given a responsibility and we must be told what to do and how to do it so that we reduce on the blame game, because we must succeed as a team. I want to take this opportunity to thank the panelists. I want to thank the Secretariat for organizing this, but in a special way, I want to thank the Prime Minister for according us time. And I also want to thank once again the UN representative and the UN resident coordinator. I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the people gathered here and those who are online to invite Right Honorable Nabanja Robina, the Prime Minister of Uganda, to come and address us, and after that she will launch our roadmap. Then after that we will have to go and open the SDG Secretariat. I thank you so much. Thank you for according us time. Members, as we launch the roadmap, it is a beginning to go and improve what we are not able to do, but also take on the new challenge. Most importantly, people should feel the SDGs, not to hear about them. They should live by them. I thank you, and I welcome you, Right Honorable. Rose, can you help me with the spray? We clean up the place. No. You don't take anything for granted. You don't take anything for granted. You don't have corona.
The Right Honorable Justin Kasule Lumumba, the Minister for General Duties, the Honorable Ministers, our Member of Parliament, the Honorable Tinka Simile Barnabas, who is from my area, Your Excellency Susan Ngogi Namondo, the UN Resident Coordinator in Uganda, the Resident Representative UNDP, Ms. Eris Atafua, all representatives of government ministries, departments and agencies, as well as local governments, heads of UN agencies and representatives of the development partners, representatives of the civil society and the private sector, the academia, the special interest groups, and the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, including those who are attending virtually. Colleagues, it gives me great pleasure to join you this afternoon on this important occasion of Uganda's development journey, the launch of our second roadmap for the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals for the period 2021-2025. We will also be launching the National SDG Secretariat Hub at the Postal Building Office of the Prime Minister. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to start by saying that whether it is by coincidence or by divine setting, today, Cabinet Ministers, it is exactly 100 days of our current Cabinet in the office as we are conducting government business for the good of our Ugandans. I therefore want to find this launch very exciting and fitting symbolically, because today we mark 100 days of achievements, challenges, and lessons learned, and set off into the next phase of Uganda's bright future. Similarly, we officially launch the next phase of Uganda's journey to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The 2030 Agenda, which are a blueprint to achieve a better and sustainable future for all of us. Before anything else, I would like to thank God for giving us the responsibility to lead the people of this beautiful country. I would also like, colleagues, I would also like to thank the President for ably leading this country in the implementation of this global commitment. Under his able leadership, Uganda was the President of the 69 UN Assembly when countries were signing up for the implementation of SDGs. Uganda, the region, and indeed the world is blessed to have such a visionary leader in President Museveni. As government, we have broken the 17 SDG goals into workable actions with the sole purpose of taking our people out of poverty. Specifically, we are working day and night to emancipate the 39, the 39 households outside the money economy under the SDG framework. Unless this is achieved, there won't be so much to talk about on the success of the SDGs in this country. Beyond this category, and while leaving no one behind, we must move the entire economy into the middle income status amidst COVID-19 challenges. One way of setting these households into the money economy is through the new development approach. The approach my sister has been talking about. What I'm talking about is the Paris development model. This new approach to development will not only mobilize local resources for all local development, but it will also empower the communities to take and own up the responsibility of developing their areas with support of government. This will be done by transferring and making available physical cash to the communities, while they also mobilize their own savings required for investments. I also call upon all development partners present here and those joining us virtually to join hands with government in the implementation of the Paris development model. Colleagues, over the years, NRM government has been very deliberate in prioritizing its development expenditure to address some of the structural bottlenecks to investments and development. For instance, over the 10 years and over the last 10 years or so, government has prioritized the development of power generation capacity, development of road infrastructure, development of human capital, as well as enacting appropriate policies and laws, of course with regulations that have helped us to achieve this. The fruits of this strategic action by government is beginning to pay off. For instance, power generation capacity has outmatched demand. That excess electricity capacity is a good problem to have. It will be, of course, solved by upcoming industrial parks. Today, before I came here, I had a delegation from Denmark. Their focus is investing in agricultural industrialization. I also met another delegation from Turkey, and they are also focusing in the same direction. So having enough power is the best we can have as a country. As we continue to face the tremendous socio-economic challenges that are affecting us all, we must remember this, that the COVID-19 crisis has validated the reasons for adopting the 2030 agenda in the first place. COVID-19 has created a new normal. A reality was a must accept to live with many years to come. We must accept to live with for many years to come. This new roadmap is a result of the deep reflection during this difficult time, and it will not just be another bright yellow document on our sleeves, but rather a daily guide that we will refer to frequently as we take stock of what has worked and what hasn't, identifying strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. That part has been done. What remains is how we move forward. Ugandans are looking up to us, colleagues, for answers and direction. We should not be found wanting in that regard. It is therefore my prayer that this roadmap is implemented, and we must implement it. It is the only way that will keep our promise to leave no one behind. Government, I repeat, government will not allow corrupt tendencies in the implementation of this new development agenda. To the corrupt government officials, your days are numbered. Oh yes. Already you must have seen heads that have started to roll. Government saying zero tolerance to corruption. The government of Uganda, under the leadership of the president of Uganda, that is Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and all of us bears the primary responsibility for the implementation of the roadmap, which we are launching today. We acknowledge, however, that we cannot do it alone. We did not even develop it alone. The roadmap is a result of a highly consultative and participatory process in which we reviewed the national coordination framework and, based on the findings, mapped out of the way forward. I take this opportunity to thank my colleague, the Honorable Kasule Lumumba, the SDG Secretariat, and my office for ably coordinating this process. Honorable members and all of you present, as I conclude, I want once again to thank you all for being here, and those who are following us virtually, and for different contributions you have been making towards achieving our development aspirations. I look forward to seeing tangible, practical results in all corners of Uganda, including, or maybe especially, the 39% of our households, those people the president called Okolere Kida Chonka, who are are outside the money economy. We want to see them also join the money economy. With these remarks, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and pleasure to launch the new roadmap for implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the Right Honorable Prime Minister. And Right Honorable Prime Minister, you'll just hold a bit. We are now going to officially launch the SDG.
Join us virtually as we celebrate URA's 30th anniversary and annual Thanksgiving service. The event will be live on all